Well, it's great to be back.
Sure it is.
Welcome to the October 3rd meeting of the Expanded Budget Committee of Tompkins County. And this is the first, we've had several meetings in which we have heard from, I believe, all departments and many of the agencies. And it has enlightened us with respect to our budget process. We've had a explanation of the proposed budget from our county administrator. We've had a public forum in which we had, I think, what, about 25 or 30 speakers who talked to us both in chambers and on our electronic Zoom connection, which we really appreciated hearing from them on the various issues that they wanted to talk about having to do with our proposed budget. Now it's back in the hands of the legislators to talk about the budget. First thing we're going to do, we agreed to, is to have a discussion about our favorite topic, fund balance. I am glad to have that done because it's been requested. I'm not exactly sure what we're going to be doing or how long it will take, but I'm going to say that if it goes an hour, we're doing a hard stop, and we're going to go on to other things at that point. Hopefully it won't go that long, but that's my task. So who wants to open us up about fund balance tonight? Lori, very appropriately, our Director of Finance. Lori Scarrett.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to go ahead and I put together a presentation. I do want to let you know there's a lot of information. There's 25 slides, so I am going to go rather quickly to leave lots of time for questions. And I also want to just let you know that I have very, very much simplified this discussion. This is a very complex topic, and I've tried to make it very simple. So although it seems simple when you're looking at this, it's really not quite that simple. But I just wanted to just give everybody a refresher and maybe a little education, and then try to address some of the questions that I've heard over the last few weeks. So fund balance. What is fund balance? Fund balance is an accounting term that means the total accumulation of operating surpluses and deficits since the beginning of the county's existence. It equals total assets less total liabilities. It is a measure of equity between revenues and expenditures. It is an important tool to manage current and future risks and ensure stable tax rates. And it's also unique to the public sector. And I want to thank Drew for running my PowerPoint, so I keep looking at him. So the fund balance, as we said, it equals assets minus liabilities. And on this slide, there's some examples of what assets are, things like cash, accounts receivable, interfund receivables, inventory, prepaid expenses, investments. And some examples of liabilities are debt payments, deferred revenues, compensated absences, OPEB, which is other than pension, I'm not going to get it. Other post-employment benefits, got it now. Other post-employment benefits. Interest payables and due to other funds. Those are just some examples of assets and liabilities. And I want for a minute for you to just imagine for a minute the term net worth, because that's the closest thing I can come to describe what fund balance is, maybe on a more personal level. Net worth is things like, let's pretend that you have a classic car collection. That would be an asset. And that might be worth $100,000. You are, well, I told you I was making this simplistic. You have a cash in your checking account of $50,000, but you have a car loan of $40,000. What's your net worth? It's $110,000. So do you have $110,000 to spend on this month's bills? No, you don't. How much cash do you have to spend? You have the $50,000 if you want to spend it all, or maybe you want to save for an emergency fund of maybe 3 to 6 months. That's the closest thing I can come up with to try to tell you what fund balance is. What fund balance is not, it does not equal our cash. It is not a cash account, nor does it correlate to all of our county's bank account balances. So here's a slide of our general fund revenues, our expenditures, and total fund balance. Now, I just want to let you know this entire presentation, in case I forget to remind you, I am only addressing the general fund here. We could do the same exact presentation with different numbers for the entire county, but the general fund is our operating account, and that is generally where we focus our efforts, and that is also where our target fund balance is focused on this discussion for budgets. So these slides, these graphs will all be focused specifically for the general fund. So this slide shows you that revenues and expenditures help us predict fund balance. They may increase or decrease, but they are not the only factor. They are just a tool for estimating and targeting what we should set aside, our fund balance target. So this shows, oh, sorry, Drew. This shows from 2019 to 23, the revenues in blue, the total expenditures in orange, and our fund balance in green. And you can see, just roughly, it's been about 25%, that fund balance. Fund balance are used to smooth cash flow related to revenue cycles, to offset revenue shortfalls, falls, and unexpected expenditures, stabilize taxes and maintain services without budget cutbacks, improve long-term planning initiatives, and enhance credit ratings. I want to talk about a couple of these bullets. First being managing cash flow. This helps us to ensure cash to operate the county efficiently and effectively so the employees and vendors can be paid timely through cash balance ebbs and flows throughout the year. For example, property taxes, sales tax, federal and state aid, especially those on a reimbursement basis, are received many months after the expense have been paid. A sufficient fund balance helps cover expenses throughout the year and is set aside, included as part of the unassigned fund balance in the operating fund. Although it is shown as available for spending, availability must be analyzed against the cash flow requirements. Oftentimes, we upfront money to agencies that are awaiting grants and/or state or federal aid. I also want to talk about weathering economic downturns and facing unforeseen circumstances. What if the CARES Act and ARPA had not been available during the COVID-19 pandemic? The county would have had to rely on the fund balance. Also, fund balance could be used for inflation and construction costs for completions of capital projects and disasters such as flooding, which you've recently seen in the news, and our friends to the south. It also stabilizes taxes and services and should be used for unexpected changes in revenue sources and as a transition plan to a smaller budget that may include cuts in services or a large increase in tax rates. Fund balance should not be used for ongoing budgetary issues or to balance the budget as part of regular operations. Long-term planning is a tool to develop and amend multi-year capital plans to set aside funds for expenditures that are not eligible for bonding or to lower the cost of debt. And our credit rating. Fund balance is a part of the evaluation for credit ratings. A higher fund balance are viewed more favorably and can achieve lower borrowing costs. This next slide we've talked about in the past, the types of fund balance. We have five different types: non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. And we've talked about those at length, so I won't go into that now, but if you have any questions, we can certainly revisit that topic. Our fund balance policy.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
Our fund balance policy.
We all like Guns N' Roses, right?
Our fund balance policy is the unassigned fund balance target for general fund shall be 25% of annual actual year-end expenditures. I want to just remind you, we did discuss this at the time of passing this policy, that the GFOA recommends that all public entities adopt formal policies governing the amount of unrestricted fund balance to be maintained, how it can be used, and how it must be paid back. At a minimum, GFOA recommends maintaining the equivalent of 2 months of either operating expenditures or revenues. Local governments vulnerable to risks such as natural disasters, loss of state and federal aid, or volatile revenue sources may wish to maintain higher unrestricted fund balances. Policy should also outline the conditions in which unrestricted fund balance should be used, how future budgets will be adjusted to accommodate those conditions, and how and when the fund balance will be replenished. So our policy specifically tells us what to do with surplus and deficits in the unassigned fund balance. If we have a surplus, the policy states, to the extent possible, the appropriation of balances in excess of the fund balance target should be applied to one-time, non-recurring expenses such as projects or equipment in order to avoid tying recurring expenses to non-recurring revenue. And there's also, I won't talk about the replenishing deficiencies, you can read that on your own, but there is also a plan for that if we are short. The next slide is, what is a reasonable amount? Well, there's things that we need to think about. What is the composition of the fund balance? Is it all cash? We just learned in a few slides that no, it is not. Timing of receipts and disbursements, volatility of revenues and expenditures, contingent appropriations, established reserves, potential for one-time outlays not provided for by reserves, dependence on resources from other funds, as well as the need to provide resources to other funds, the size of the fund, and the experience in our prior fiscal years. I want to remind you of the cyclical nature of our money coming in and going out. Also, our reserves are currently not completely funded per our policy. We just recently are in the midst of Code Blue, an emergency shelter, last-minute kind of situations, and we do fund some of our fund balance to the airport. The next few slides I stole right from the comptroller's office because I wanted to share with you that they are saying the same things. And this one is there's a four-pronged approach to managing excess unrestricted fund balance: one-shot expenditures, reducing debt principal, financing reserve funds, and reducing property taxes. And they're explaining one-shot expenditures here as expenditures that do not normally occur annually, such as equipment and capital outlays, court-ordered judgments, or extraordinary contracts. Reducing debt principal decreases the future interest payments, shortens life of loans, improves credit ratings, but we need to keep in mind that not all of our bonds can be paid ahead of time, but when that's an option, we certainly should be investigating that. And we need to be financing reserve funds. And as we talked about, reserves must be legally established through general municipal law and county law, and they should be limited to amounts specified in the resolution. And we need to establish and use the reserves that are linked to a long-term capital and operational plan. Reducing property taxes. The comptroller's office says, be cautious. One-shot revenues should not be used to fund recurring expenditures. Consider budgetary practices. Do we have operating surplus and deficits? Reducing property taxes can result in unstable tax rates in the future, and we should link them to long-term plans. Now this one I know you're all gonna love. This is how we estimate available fund balance. This is pretty much what we do. We take the beginning fund balance at the beginning of the year, we add revenues to date, we subtract expenditures to date, get a new subtotal, and then we estimate out for the rest of the year what our projected revenues are and what our projected expenditures are to come up with an estimated fund balance at year end. Seems pretty simple. However, with the current processes and software systems that we have in place today, the 4 lines that I have highlighted, I do not have real-time information. I don't even have accurate or good information. There is a big, big delay in getting that information. So I would hate to go through this process and give you a number that tomorrow could be drastically different. So until we get better software, procedures, and data, it's very difficult to give you a reliable estimated fund balance. And at the bottom, I just want to remind you that this estimate is the total fund balance. It's still going to be divided into those 5 different categories. So, and these are just fictitious numbers I threw in there. They're obviously not the real ones. So I want to take a moment, and I know the slide is very hard to read, to talk about encumbrances. Encumbrances is an accounting budgetary control, and what it does is it takes anything that we have to pay money on, a contract, a purchase order, payroll, taxes, penalties, anything that we have to pay a bill on, or but the bill hasn't arrived yet, so we haven't paid it. And so by encumbering that amount, so if we order something, we put in an encumbrance, it kind of reserves it from the budget so that we can't go over budget. So it's a good budgetary tool for our year-to-date budget reports, but it's also a good way for us to get good information on our expenditures. 2 lines in that previous slide. Our expenditures to date will show us, because we can see what the encumbrances are, and it also will allow us to estimate going forward because we can see what's encumbered going forward. There's a little example at the bottom. Assume we order $6,000 piece of equipment and we received it, but we haven't yet been billed for it. After placing our order, our available budget still looks like the original budget, like we've not spent anything. And that's the information I would have right now. A piece of equipment's been ordered, but I don't know that. However, if we have an encumbrance system, we will be able to put that encumbrance in. It will decrease our budget to hold it so we know where it's at, and it also will give me the information that something's been ordered and we're gonna owe that money. So my recommendations to getting us to a place where we can accurately estimate fund balance is to really work on getting us real-time information, or as close to possible, for revenues and expenditures. How do we do that? Well, one way would be to implement requisitions and purchase orders for all expenditures. We currently only do purchase orders for amounts over a certain dollar amount. We need to purchase and implement a P-card module to integrate with our financial statement. Currently, anything that's ordered on our P-card is not encumbered at all. And we need to work with departments to record accounts receivable in a timely manner in the financial system so that we can run reports and accurately make those predictions. What do we need to get there? We need staffing, and we need office space to put that staff in. We need funding for software modules. We need training, we need IT assistance, and we need time to implement all of this. I've put together some trends. This is the revenue for the general fund since 2019. And I have different categories across the bottom. We have real property taxes in the first grouping, and you can see those have remained fairly level in the past 5 years. Then we have non-property taxes, which is basically your sales tax, and you can see that the decreased significantly on the orange row, which is 2020, and have increased the last few years. As we've been talking every month through the sales tax, we know that 2024 is following very closely to 2023. Then the next grouping is departmental income, which you can see is a minimal amount and remains fairly steady. The next grouping is the New York State aid that we get. You can see that has gone up a little bit since 2020, and we are back to almost what we were at 2019. And our federal aid, you can see, was significantly higher in the last 3 years, and that's our ARPA and CARES money. Go ahead, Drew. This slide shows the total expenditures over the past 5 years. And the bottom dark blue line is your salaries. And you can see they pretty much have stayed steady, a little bit increase in 22 and 23. The orange line right above that is the fringe benefits, and again, pretty much holding its own. Equipment is the minimal amount. However, in 2023, we did purchase something big, so that went up about $3 million. But your biggest expenditure are your contractual services. Well, what does that mean? It's everything else. If it's not salaries, if it's not fringe benefits, if it's not equipment, it's in your contractuals. So it's any contracts that you have, anything you're buying, supplies, anything like that. And you can see that that has increased steadily since 2020. This next one is the trends of the fund balance, again, just for the general fund. And you can see you have non-spendable fund balance, which are your prepaids. The next little grouping, which is almost not even there, is your restricted fund balance. And then the next grouping is the assigned fund balance. The assigned fund balances is where our encumbrances are, if we have some, because remember, we're only doing it for certain amounts over a certain dollar amount. So if we went to an encumbrance system, you would see this number grow dramatically. And that's also where reserves are located. In the past, we didn't have officially designated reserves per se, so that was a bit minimal amount, and you will see that growing in 2024 as we have increased our reserve funding. And the last grouping is our unassigned fund balance. And you can see that that went up significantly in 21 and 22. And again, that's due to the CARES and ARPA funding. And now it's starting to come back down, 23, and I would anticipate it to be similar or a little bit lower in 2024. This next slide is a trend of our unassigned fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. I've heard the question several times, well, what if it had been expenditures all along? We changed it from revenue, we changed it to expenditures. This just shows what it would have been, our unassigned fund balance as a percentage of expenditures going back to 2019. And you can see in 2019, we were at 25%. That's our target fund balance. And then it went up in 2020 to 28%, I think. And then it's gone up to 34% and 37%. So we did have extra fund balance in the last couple of years. But this year, 2023, we're at 27%. So we're going back down to where we need to be at 25%. This trend slide shows our appropriated fund balance plus our reserves. So this is how much each year that we have put aside when we are doing our budget to appropriate our fund balance for next year's budget, plus any reserves that were used. And I'm including reserves in this slide because, as we've talked about in the past, we didn't really have established reserves in the past. We were using fund balance. So I wanted to make it apples to apples here. So you can see that that has dramatically increased in the past 2 years. 22 and 23, we have appropriated a lot of our fund balance and reserves.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
When you say appropriated, is that money that we used in the budget? Is that what you mean by that?
That's exactly what I mean.
Thank you.
So I just want to note that per our Cracker Jack budget office, as of right now in the county administrator's recommended budget, we are appropriating fund balance and reserves from all funds of $5,095,831, which is still pretty high. This next slide, again, thank you to our budget office, is a slide of our budget versus actuals over the past 5 years. The slashed lines are budgeted and the solid lines are actuals. The orange line is the revenues, the orange line is the expenses, and the green line is the revenues. And so you can see, overall, we're pretty close. We're pretty close with our budgeting and our actuals. The only year that I see as being a little bit off is 2020, and that's really not a surprise.
Excuse me, can you repeat what those colors and lines?
Yeah. So the orange are expenditures, and green is revenues. The hash, the ones that have the white diagonal lines in them, are the budget, and the two right next to them would be the actuals. So I want you to think about, for a few minutes, some considerations when you're appropriating fund balance as you go through this difficult budget process. First, do we have excess unassigned fund balance? Are we following the fund balance policy? Are we using it for one-time, non-recurring expenses, such as projects or equipment? Can we use it to reduce debt principal? Have we funded our reserves for future use? Are we following our reserve policy? How much longer do we expect our fund balance to last? Have we analyzed reducing costs of services and revenue maximization? And is the contingency amount enough? And I would like to add 2 more questions for you to ponder. Should we be focusing on fund balance or tax levy? Are we requesting and reviewing outcomes for our programs, services, and agencies? And that is what I have. So I'm open to questions, or I will be sending you this PowerPoint so you all have it to look at in more detail as well.
Well, I'm sure after that thorough presentation, there shouldn't be any questions, right? Wrong. Amanda, go ahead and start us.
Thank you so much. Sorry I walked in late. I just was wondering if you could restate the number of fund balance that is currently in the recommended budget. I think you said it was 5 million something.
5,095,000 and something,
Yeah.
I think.
The 5 million was the appropriated fund balance.
Oh, okay.
If you're looking for the targeted fund unassigned, is that what you're asking me?
What's in the recommended budget?
Oh, yeah. Let me find that. I get it exactly. Hang on a second. 5,095,831.
That includes reserves.
Right, and
That includes reserves. That's not out of the general fund balance. That includes approximately $3 million in the debt service reserve where we found capital debt service to pay off to free up money under the tax levy to be used for one-time expenses.
right, and that's why it's on that slide, appropriate fund balance and reserves, because to do an apples-to-apples comparison, in the past, we didn't have reserves, we had fund balance, so I'm trying to keep it in a consistent format to do the comparison.
Dan?
A few things to say. So one, in terms of estimating the fund balance at any given moment, I am not as interested in this as some of my colleagues seem to be. I don't actually think it's that important. I'm satisfied with a snapshot as of December 31st. I think that's workable. However, I've been wondering about this. You gave these examples of something's encumbered or not encumbered. You know, there's not a purchase order in advance. And that confuses me because we have a budget. And so we know how much any department's going to spend in one year. And why do we need to know whether they've purchased that thing yet or not? Why does that matter in terms of figuring out where the fund balance is at any given moment?
Yeah, Drew, can you go back to that? I don't know if you still have it up. What it does is it takes you have your budget, and if when you place an order, like we'll say for a piece of equipment, right now they place the order. So when you look at a budget report, you think we haven't spent any budget. And when I look at the information, I think, oh, we haven't spent anything yet, because it's not there, it's not visible.
I guess I understand that, but at the same time, you know, I'm just making these numbers up. We know Highway is going to spend $5 million this year. So whether they spend it in January, March, or September, it doesn't affect the fund balance that matters.
For estimating it, I absolutely need it. And for budget to actuals, I would think the budget office would want to be able to track that to see if somebody's over budget or if they're significantly under budget. If they're under budget, why? Maybe they didn't put their claims in yet and haven't been timely. Or maybe they're not going to get revenue that they thought we were going to get. So when you can look at the variances between the actual and the budgeted and identify why on a timely manner, you can correct for it.
Deborah, did you want to clarify something?
Yeah, I think I understand where you all are not communicating. And I may be totally off base, but I think you may be assuming, Dan, that when we budget X dollars for a department, we actually take that money out of fund balance and put it somewhere else for the department. Is that what you're thinking?
No, it's this, that again, I'm not that focused on the fund balance, but we don't need to know the fund balance today. We want to know at the end of the year where we think it's going to be. That's the real number that we would care about. So I know that highway is going to spend that money by the end of the year because they budgeted it. And if they don't,
They
good,
might
but
spend more, they might spend less.
how are they going to spend more without us knowing
It
it?
happens all the time.
It happens all the time because we don't have an encumbrance to stop it.
Okay, I'm just going to let that go because, like I said, this topic's not that important to me. I want to mention a couple other things. When we talk about that we need, let me just try one more thing. I have a question. I don't know if it's here. I don't know if you know it, and I don't know if you can calculate it. But my question is, where would we be right now if we had not changed the fund balance policy and established the reserves last year? Pretended we were operating under the same rules, the same guidelines as we were last year, what would the fund balance look like this year?
I can calculate for you, not on the cuff, but I could get back to you on that for sure.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Ann?
Yeah, so I appreciate the information. To me, getting more information now and in future years will be helpful. To me, I look at it, if I relate it to like a personal basis, if my rent goes up during the year, and I do a budget every year. Sometimes I'm a little late getting it in, but I do a budget, try and get it done by the 1st of January for myself and my family. If my rent goes up during the middle of the year, that can throw things off. If I pay off a car loan, that changes things. Or there was one year we own a house, and there was one year where my partner lost their job, and we were able to take some money and blah, blah, blah. You had a severance package, and, but not having another income and figuring out how to pay it, taking some money to pay off the mortgage so we had less expenses going forward. I mean, so we could have unforeseen medical bills. You can have all kinds of things that happen throughout the year in your budget. So I understand this, and we have so many moving parts. So the more information we can get when we're doing our budgeting, we're like 3/4 into the year. So as much information as we can have, and I will be supporting any help that we can get through our departments, finance and otherwise, that we can get more information going forward, because this is, as some people have said, we don't have enough information sometimes to be making these decisions, and sometimes we can have negative consequences because of that. So thank you.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I have a comment and two questions. I liked what you said about, are we focused on outcomes of our departments and agencies? And I think that should be a priority, and I think moving forward, that needs to be front and center in the conversation, so thank you for saying that. I think tax levy and fund balance can go hand in hand in the conversation to some extent, but yes, we should be focusing on the levy, but we also need to know if there's excess funds that have been collected. So I get to my questions now. You say that fund balance is not a cash account. Where would we find in the audited financial statement the composition of our fund balance?
Page 5F.
I'm sorry, what?
Page 5F.
Yes, I think that's correct. I
He's
have
gunning for your job.
Wow, yes,
All right, let's ready to try to answer.
Shows $107 million in cash.
yes, 5F.
Okay,
Good job, Randy.
You pointed it out yesterday.
why can't I gotta say the whole ABCs in my head to get there. Okay, so this shows general fund, but it doesn't show the if you're saying it's not all cash, what is it?
It has assets and liabilities in there, so you could have prepaid inventory, you could have,
So where's that detail?
I'm not sure that that's in the financial statement to that degree.
So where does that live to get to the financial statement in this degree?
Let me think about how we could grab that out. We probably have to get the auditor's work papers, and we could certainly request that.
Okay, because if it's not a cash account, I would like to see the composition of it so that we know what is cash and what is not cash. And then my second question is relating to the comment of overspending is happening all the time. How? And if we've approved a budget, how is overspending happening, or is overspending on a line item happening but not overspending in the total department budget? So then to Dan's earlier question, unless we're overspending with approval out of contingency fund, then overspending shouldn't be happening.
It should not be happening. Every time you see a budget amendment, it's usually something going over. So many, many times it is within the line items, but occasionally they are moving from one program to another, perhaps, or at year end, and particularly, we have to do a lot of scrambling because at the end of the day, we have to have a balanced budget.
Sure.
And so at the end of the year, we often in finance are doing budget adjustments to cover it in total, even though one area, program, department has gone over.
So to Dan's logic earlier, if I heard him correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, if we're not overspending to the budget, to the total budget for a department, except for the addition of contingent fund spending, we should be able to take the budget plus approved contingent fund and know how much is expected to be spent to date.
Not really, because in theory, if you're following your budget, you should never have a revenue or an expenditure. They should be in balance. So you would have no excess, no surplus, no deficit, if you're following the budget to the T, right? So it would always be zero, which isn't reality, because we know sales tax comes in higher or lower than we budgeted. We know that, but if we use true budget figures, you would never have a surplus or a deficit.
That's fair.
But departments, do they have big deficits and overtures? Overspending? Overtures. I don't have
Yes.
finance.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
I don't want to, I mean, I think it depends. I mean, if a department gets a, like a year that DSS gets a refund back from the state, we got those a couple years ago, I think we got $2 million. Well, that's a big surplus to them that year, correct? I mean,
Yeah, but we're aware of those.
oh, absolutely. It's nothing that you're not aware of, it's just that it's happening. You see those budget amendments every 2 weeks when you're looking at your agendas and you're going through those resolutions, and either they're informational or they're a resolution, but you are seeing those budget amendments.
I want to get Randy next.
Thank you for the presentation in detail. It helped me. I have a question. Contractual services, which is the biggest part of expense, is that like expenses for like DSS and all those support functions, or so money that's going out for whoever it is?
Yes.
Right? Okay.
It's everything.
Okay. The reason I'm interested in fund balance is because it's part of the whole pie or picture of the county, and all the expenses associated with that. And by us taking the position that, we're in dire straits, that sets the tone for the whole county, for all the people that we support and entities we support. And by us taking this tone, I'm just not a negative person. I'm an optimist. I'm glasses half full type of person. And so for that tone to be given, I think that the county should be, as an entity, should really be the beacon, where people are looking to us to solve problems and to really deal with the issues that are before us. So that's why I'm really focused on this as an issue, because I realize things are tough. There's 1,000 things to spend money on. I mean, there's everything. There's competing. Everything's competing, right? So I get that. I've done it. But I'd like to make a couple comments. I have a couple questions. So I looked at every county budget from 22, 23, and 24 for every department. In 22, our departments were under budget by over $9 million. In 23, our departments were over budget by about $6 million. And this is on the budget book, so I think it's all good, so thank you for that. And this year, it looks like we're going to be under by about $8 million if I forecast it out. I looked at every line item in every budget. And so it was interesting to see, to your point about, you never know when somebody's going to buy something. And to Dan's point as well, if it's budgeted, these are budgeted numbers. These are actual numbers from 22 and 23. And I want to know, because I mean, I'm not going to even consider an amendment if I believe that the county's in dire straits. I haven't went forward because I can't seem to convince people that we have money. So and why go through that exercise if we're just going to cut? And that's why I'm struggling with this. So I do have a couple of questions. So have we ever been in a situation where we had to use all this fund balance we have? We lost revenue in 2020, but our fund balance went up. I mean, and granted, it relied on the federal government to step forward or other people to step forward, but haven't they always? I mean, here we are in the county, the best county probably in upstate New York, without a doubt, as far as our economy and our resilience, no doubt about that. So 2 months.
Wait a minute, you asked a question, Lori wants to.
I just would like to make a comment on that. I just want to point out for you, I don't think we've ever used up all of our fund balance, but I will point out to you that what's going on down south in the hurricane flooded areas, they're applying for FEMA funds, but they don't have that today. They've got to upfront that money until they get reimbursed. So even if the federal government is helping, it takes time, and you need cash day one.
Yeah, I agree, God forbid. And by the way, FEMA announced they don't have the money because it's been used elsewhere, but that's another story. So 2 months of our expenses would be about $45 million to your question, and we're at 60 million for unallocated. So we did maybe it's 46, but it's in that ballpark. I did off the top of my head. So in looking at, I have a question, is the payroll data and fringe data in the budget book reliable? Can I trust that number as of 9/30/24?
I just want to add, because I wasn't, just keep in mind that when we're looking at that data, that there is what is not associated is the reimbursements. So some of the things that you see that are unspent, it also means that we're not getting the reimbursements for those. So the net is not exactly the same as what you're, so salaries are reliant oftentimes on reimbursements, particularly in our Department of Social Services, Health Department. Those folks are bringing in revenues. So if it's unspent, there's no revenue to offset it. So there's a net effect. So you can't really look at just salaries by themselves.
Okay. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I also looked at all of the revenues that have not come into the county that are budgeted for 2023. And I went through them all, and I looked at all the revenue things we had through mortgage tax, and I think all the county clerk fees, all those things, which I think are going to fall short, by the way. I don't think they're going to reach budget. And I added them all up. And I looked at our sales tax, and I figured that's going to be flat, even though I think it's probably going to end up maybe $500,000 or more above. I figured that was flat. I looked at our interest income. I looked at all those things, and it looks like just on those revenue items alone, we're going to increase our revenue about $2 million just on those. So and that's just, it's simple math. It is what it is. So I mean, I want to fund things that people think are valuable, people that we've decided to trust. And we're on these boards of all these organizations, and our oversight should be really strict. I think our oversight in the past in some areas didn't work for whatever reason. But I know that the ones I'm on, I'm focused on their finances. I mean, I'm looking deep at it, and I'm trying to understand what's going on. I think really your point about, are these things that we're doing, are they bearing fruit? I mean, I think analyzing that's absolutely important for us to do, and I think that we should have a different approach on that. I think that our legislatures on these boards should be tasked with that responsibility in some way and measured. But I'm just focused on.
I've got a couple other people in line. Do you want to?
I'm done. Thank you for now.
Are you done now? Okay, I don't want to cut you off if you got something more.
I'm done.
Travis?
I'll pass.
Then I go to Deborah.
Yeah, I appreciate your optimism, Randy, but I think that the reason that we're in a situation which we've described as dire has nothing to do with fund balance. It has everything to do with the fact that our operating expenses are such that Lisa couldn't even submit a viable budget at the 2% levy increase target that we gave her. She couldn't even submit a maintenance of effort budget that came in under the tax cap. The amount of our fund balance doesn't have anything to do with that. And that, I think, is the real problem here. And, you know, as Bob Lynch says, what does he call me?
Debbie Downer.
No, it's Dismal Debbie or something like that. Yeah. So that's Dismal Debbie's 2 cents.
Okay, go back to Randy.
I'd like to add, I've spent a lot of time going through the audits through 22, 23, and I can't provide an unqualified opinion, which never made sense to me at all. But I feel that it's somewhat qualified in that I've done this my whole life. So I just feel that we're stronger than we're projecting, so.
Other questions? Well, okay. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your questions. And we did that in about 40 minutes.
Mike, can I just ask, what's our number? Like, what's the exact number for fund balance that we're working off of in this process?
I can't give it to you. Maybe our
60
Director of
million
Finance can.
something. That's the unassigned.
Total unassigned fund balance at the end of 2023 was $60,932,193.
Okay. Lee?
And what was our goal? Where should it have been?
So the target fund balance is 25% of the 2023 actual expenditures. So that is $48,771,263. But there are more steps to this, which I had presented in a couple of those fund balance presentations.
Got Greg next, then Deborah.
Can you just refresh us so it's top of mind what those others, where the other 12 million goes?
Yes. So in 2024, we established various reserves, and we funded them using unassigned fund balance, and we used $12,634,639 to fund those reserves.
Deborah, then Rich.
Well, so that raises a question that I have for Lori or Lisa or whoever. When we're trying to figure out how much fund balance we should have after we agree on a 2025 budget, which year's expenses should we be considering to base that 25% on? Is it the 2025 expenditures? Is it the 2024? Because I don't understand that at all.
It's the 2023 actual expenditures from the audit.
To plan for 2025. Oy.
Rich?
Yeah, just again to refresh our recollection. In addition to the $60,900,000, we also decided to set up these new reserve funds, and there's an additional $12 million that went into reserves in 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
If we had not done that, our fund balance would be in the neighborhood of 73 million.
No. The 12 million's part of the 60.
Why are we talking about unassigned fund balance if we're also including reserves?
The 60 million was unassigned as of the end of 2023.
Okay,
In 2024, we used that 60 million to fund those reserves by 12 million.
okay.
And does that include the 9 million in capital that was set aside, or was that in addition to the 12?
That includes it.
Yes.
So that 9 is in the 12?
That's right.
Okay.
And the lime's in the coconut.
But it should also reduce our expenditures to the similar amount, right? The reserves are used to spend on capital programming and other things.
To the extent that we budget for them, yes.
Okay.
Are we done now? Or we want to think of something more? No, this has all been a really good discussion. But we take ourselves too seriously all the time. All right. Couple of things. We're going to be talking about a lot of things in the next couple of meetings, and we're already probably a little bit tired of one another, but we are going to continue to be kind and civil to one another and do our best, and I know you will all join me in trying for that. Randy?
I have just a question about how amendments work and how this process is going to go forward. So people put many amendments for, as far as the budget's concerned. So are we going to go through the budget itself and go like we did? I see there's a schedule here. Or are we just go through the amendments first? I saw emails on this. I'm really clear exactly.
When you say go through the budget first, I don't know what you're asking.
So there were a lot of OTRs that Lisa proposed or to fund or not fund before they found additional funds. So I was curious which ones she was going to recommend, or are we just going to go through ours first that we're submitting, and then we'll go back through each department house, or is it just amendments?
I'm not sure that we would go back. I think if there's something that's she has declined to fund in the budget for whatever reasons she has said, and you want it brought forward, then you should have an OTR to do that.
Amendment, not OTR.
I'm sorry, you're correct. An OTR amendment. So I don't think, I can never remember a situation where we went back
No.
through that way
You
before.
do it by amendment.
Go ahead.
I would say, I think to answer your question, I've already made my recommendation to the legislature. The fact that we found some additional funds after the fact doesn't mean that I would take it back and make different recommendations, though I would love to. That funding is for the legislature's decision-making.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand the process. The first year that we did the budget, this is my third year, so I've got 4 more to go before I catch up with Deborah. In the first year, I have no idea. It was OTRs back then, right? And I didn't even know that legislatures could do them. Because, I mean, I didn't get counseling as a legislator. In the second year, it goes, oh, okay. So that's how it works. So I'm a little slow, but I get there. So I'm just trying to understand how that process works. So right now, any legislature, it's in the legislatures, they can come forward with any amendment to reduce or increase something. All right, that was my question.
Donna?
Yeah, I wanted to ask administration if there's any way to post the spreadsheet that we've used in years past so that we could see what the tax rate is with our decision-making?
Yes, that's in the plan to do as we deliberate.
Okay, great, thank you.
Lee?
And to that point, the starting point then would be about a recommended 4.3% increase prior to the news that you shared with us on Tuesday evening. So prior to us starting this voting process, are we going to reflect those found revenues or adjustments and see a starting, we are, 2.56?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's where I was interested in seeing where we go tonight, which gets us very close to what our goal was in May when we gave you direction for a 2% increase, correct?
That's correct.
We're at net for $1.3 million in target legislative amendments.
Take a look at the screen. We're seeing the 2024 tax levy at this point at 2.56%. And I think that's because that's incorporated those changes that you
That's
told
correct.
us about. Are we done for the,
I knew what you guys were going to ask.
Amanda?
I'm just looking at the schedule, and I guess I'm wondering what happened to the idea of looking at things that would be cut. So then we could kind of get that tax rate or the percentage down as low as we could before we start adding things back.
I don't think that's gone away at this point.
Oh, I thought this was a schedule.
Well, it doesn't mean we're going to go down that list
Oh,
one after
okay.
another. Norma?
Well, so what we were trying to do was twofold. One was to put as many of those at the top as we could, but in the same token, we were trying to be respectful of the staff and the agencies and try to lump them together so they didn't have to make several trips in. If that is not the way you want to work forward, we can't really make changes now because most of these folks are here, but we can make it for the following. We were just trying to be respectful of folks' time.
Ann?
Could we please post the current amendment list publicly? We've done this in prior years, and I've had people in the community ask me, because we're doing it different this year, we're not
I'm not,
posting our list of amendments.
I don't recall we did it in prior years, unless I'm mistaken, because it's been a working document. The choice is, of course, up to this full legislature if it wants to do that.
There was a place, it looked like it was started, there's a place in the budget, I don't know exactly where, but there was a place where it was set up to put it, but what's there is last year's.
I went back and looked at Norma's emails from 2023, and I didn't find that, but maybe it was there. Maybe someone could tell me I was incorrect. But I don't know, what does the group want to do with Ann's suggestion? Dan?
I would like to see them publicly available.
Anyone else? Veronica?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's odd, understandable, but odd that the agendas for these meetings are just, we'll discuss budget amendments, but nobody knows which ones or which night they're happening. And it can be posted with a caveat that this is all tentative, because obviously we like to change things at the last minute.
All right.
But yeah.
Let me just take a poll. How many want to see it go on out at this point? Looks to me like that's a majority, so that's an answer to our administration staff.
And if I could just do a caveat on that.
Go ahead.
I was just asking about ones that are currently we're considering. If somebody thought about one and withdrew it, I don't feel it needs to be in there, but just the current ones, and if they were modified, I don't personally need to see the other one, but just the current ones we are considering.
If that can be done.
I guess it's up to us, right?
Well, what's ready to go out. Okay.
Shauna's hand is up.
I'm sorry, Shauna, you have a hand again. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I just had one comment in regards to our schedule that was concerning to me, and that is that on the last day, we have Greg Mezzi's amendment for staffing for the shelter, and I just want to make sure, this seems like a pretty essential amendment, and while I don't want to assume that we're going to approve it, I pretty much think we have to. And so I hope that we can consider that dollar amount kind of sooner than later into our budget, because it seems like it's something that we're probably mandated to provide.
You want to see that discuss tonight?
We're never going to even.
I think that would make sense. That way it kind of takes away the money
Yes.
if we're going to have to fund it.
I'm seeing a lot of nods. So we will take that one up.
Thank you.
Greg?
Mike, could I ask that there's two, both listed as number 27, there's an addition and a subtraction, that those be considered either together in the same discussion?
Sure.
Because it was how to pay for that essentially.
Okay. I think the first thing that we need to do tonight is to have a motion to begin discussion about either the original 2% budget or the recommended budget of the county administrator. We put that on the table. Then we begin our amendments to that budget. And in the end, we will have a resolution to adopt it, hopefully, at the end. I want to point out that what we are doing are amendments to the recommended budget or to the budget, which is 2%, which I don't imagine anybody's going to move, but it's out there. And then when you make a motion for an amendment, that is an amendment to the amendment, and it can't be further amended after that. So there's no amending the amending. That's really not a difficulty because you can always craft another amendment anytime that would be very, very similar to that if you needed to do that. Deborah.
I don't understand, Mike. There is a recommended budget. We have always started with the recommended budget. It is not the 2% budget. It is the target budget. Why all of a sudden are we trying to decide whether we're going to base our amendments on the recommended budget or some other budget?
Because that was what initially we had asked the administrator to prepare a 2% budget.
But that's not what we got.
And she gave us two budgets. So there are two budgets out there, and I just think it's very important that we make it very clear which one we are dealing with this evening. I can't ever remember having two budgets in front of us before. Rich?
I would move we work off of the recommended budget.
Is there a second for that?
I second that.
Seconded by Randy. All right, do you want any discussion about that? Those in favor?
Need a roll call?
Wait, what exactly are we voting on?
I'm not clear.
Put the recommended budget of the county administrator on the table for us to then proceed to offer amendments to that.
But point of information, if the budget is itself a motion, which we are amending, then didn't the moving and the seconding of it put it on the table, and it just is it is up for discussion right now?
Right.
The budget itself, not the
we
whether.
can look at it that way, but I thought.
Yeah, my motion was to make clear that we were going to talk about the recommended budget and not the 2% budget.
And that's what I was looking for. All right. If we don't want to have a vote, we don't have to have a vote. We don't have to have a roll call. Okay.
Don't we have a motion on the floor?
The budget is the motion. So if you want to pass.
Well, what's your pleasure? Do you want to take up Greg's motion first, or do you want to start with some of these motions that we have on the list? I'm sorry.
You're talking about the shelter.
Shelter.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I just saw
Amendment, I should have said
confusion from the.
Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, this may not be easy to do, but if there are other proposed amendments that it looks like have well more than 8 votes, it would make sense to get those clear, such as I think rural libraries there isn't a lot of drama. We should get those numbers on the board so we know where we're at. But
the same could be said of the ones that have cuts, which is what we were going to try to do, both of those things.
Yeah.
We had this issue brought up about Greg's possible OTR amendment. And I just want to know which ones you want to take up first.
We had an agenda.
Let's do the cuts.
All right. Deborah Dawson, number 1.
Yeah, thank you. So we have.
Hold it.
Are you moving your amendment for the capital?
22 and 23.
Okay, so
I can do them one at a time.
All right, then you're going with number 22,
Right.
to reallocate natural infrastructure to green fleet,
Yes.
a reduction of $200,000. Is there a second for that amendment? Mike Ziegler. Discussion.
So if I could, we have $1 million sitting in a natural infrastructure capital fund, which is a worthy thing. That program has been in place for, I don't know, 10 years? Since 2017. Okay, since 2017, and we've funded it in that time in a total amount of about $1.5 million. We've distributed, I guess, $500,000 to date. We can distribute it in amounts not to exceed $200,000 for each qualifying project. It can be treated as more or less a fungible capital fund per my consultations with Lori and Maury. And I think under the circumstances, we could use it for the Green Fleet capital projects this year, which are currently funded with $200,000 in fund balance. That would give us an additional $200,000 in fund balance that's not restricted to a capital project that we could use for other purposes. And that is why I am offering this legislative amendment. We can replace this money at a later date when we are in better shape.
Randy?
That's a good idea.
Dan?
I also think it's a good idea. I also am glad you said it's a worthy fund, because I think it is. I would like to, wonder if we could hear from staff, just to make sure that staff is on board with this.
Katie Borgella, our Commissioner of Planning.
Yeah, so this has been slow going out the door, a lot of these funds. I did want to let people know, though, this summer we did receive a proposal from the town of Ithaca that's been working its way through the whole process with assessment, apportioning out the value and everything. So you will be getting a request for $200,000 to the Peak Committee November 14th for preservation of 135 acres on South Hill. That's going to our Planning Advisory Board next week, so assuming it passes there. And then, you know, part of this discussion piqued the interest of the Land Trust, and we did hear a number of projects in the pipeline, and there are projects in the range of around $300,000 request of the county. So just so you're aware, there is about $500,000 worth of requests. Some may come to fruition, some may not, but I just wanted to make sure you all knew that that was a possibility. And as long as there's a firm commitment to restart the infusion of funds in 2027, I think staff is fine with the proposal.
Thank you.
Amanda?
Well, that was going to be my question. Who is going to have this Post-it note on their desk that next year we will, you know, look to be putting the money back in? Is that
Norma.
budget, or
Corey.
is that planning?
Recommends Amanda take the lead on that.
It's noted in the capital plan.
Yeah, and I will say next year, we are due to update the 5-year capital plan, so it will be top of mind.
And then just follow up, just to clarify, Deborah, your intention with this first one is that it would go towards Green Fleet projects?
Yeah, in consultation with Lori, we determined that the Green Fleet project and the facilities restoration project were the two projects where we had used unallocated fund balance to fund some portion of the capital project. So, and those are the only two places where these legislative amendments would free up money for us to use for other purposes.
Rich, did you have your hand?
I did.
Then Greg.
Wanted to say I support, good idea.
Greg?
Yeah, I also support this. Question with Green Fleet, we're leasing a majority of our vehicles in the Green Fleet program now? Or would this go to purchase vehicles so that it wouldn't be used for ongoing expenses?
Fortunately, Terry has joined us on Zoom, so.
Terry?
Yeah, so if I'm understanding this correctly, it wouldn't be an additional $200,000, it would just be changing where it's coming from. What we have structured in the reduced budget for 2025 would be a majority of this funding would be used for lease and possibly purchasing a vehicle. When we had a larger amount in the budget, it was to purchase vehicles as well. The Green Fleet Fund, as it's called now, is a little bit of a misnomer. It's just a fleet fund. It buys all of our vehicles. And so for our sheriff's department, we're leasing the majority of the vehicles. But for almost all of the other departments that the Green Fleet Capital Fund encompasses, it's purchasing vehicles. And so as it stands right now, the funding that we're getting will enable us to pay the leases that we currently have, lease a couple more vehicles, but we're not looking at being able to purchase many more vehicles on top of it. So if we continue to do this, we are sliding back on a replacement of vehicles. So we can't do this too many more times, I would say, as a warning.
Okay. Anyone else? Are we ready to vote on this? Roll call.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
That one passes. Why don't we go to 23? Deborah?
Yeah, well, this is just the same thing, only for facilities restoration. This is just an alteration in the capital plan,
Is there a second? Seconded by Travis.
an alteration in the capital plan in respect of where the money is actually coming from. It's the same trade-off. And I also want to thank Katie and her department for so graciously allowing us to invade her fund this year. And we promise to pay it back.
More discussion? Randy?
I was curious, what's going to be left in this fund after we do this?
About $600,000.
Okay, thank you.
Shauna has a hand.
Yeah, I wanted to ask if there was a recommendation for this and what the thought for using these funds on the geothermal for the Dewar building.
Don't think that that's...
Arel is on Zoom, I think.
Is this part of the capital plan?
This is a separate capital plan from the green facilities, where this is the ongoing need in the facilities department for just maintenance and upkeep and restoration of our county buildings. So it's separate from that.
Okay, thank you.
Ready to vote? Roll call.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
That passes unanimously, by the way. Okay, do you want me to just continue down the list here?
Might as-
Sure.
All right.
Do we want to do the library since Sarah's here?
Oh, Sarah Glagowski is there, Director of Finger Lakes. Yes, she's here. Sure.
Is this 14? Was this mine, the rural
Yeah,
library?
that's yours.
Okay, this, I'll just wait till I'm finished. Go ahead.
By the way, I did ask to be on the support list of that too, so, just so you know. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, Mike, just so you know, on the amendment in the packet that was on our desk when we started, you are listed as supporting. But I would like to move amendment number 14, the rural libraries, restore the 5% reduction to the rural libraries budget per the OTR that was submitted in our budget book for the amount of $11,001.
Is there a second? Seconded by Amanda. Discussion about this one shouldn't be too much.
Nope, let's
Randy.
vote.
Sorry, couldn't resist. In talk about libraries, thank you for bringing this forward, Greg. This money will go a long ways for these rural libraries. And in their presentation, they showed there were 138,000 roughly people that came through their systems. And our Thompson County Library, it was 198,000 that came through the system. And we fund them for $0.2 million versus $210,000. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Ready to vote? Call the roll.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Passes unanimously. Amanda. 5.
Sure. I would move ID number 5, funding for the Poet Laureate in the amount of $500 additional.
Is there a second? Seconded by Travis. Dan?
Could someone clarify the difference between this and the next?
I would be pleased if someone would move it to $1,000 as an amendment to hers. That's what I was trying to do, was get it up to $1,000.
Yeah, so I would be quite happy to have it be $1,000. As you know, the Poet Laureate receives a stipend of $2,000, or has the past couple of years, and cutting it to $1,000 is a 50% cut when we've asked everyone else to sustain a 5% cut. So my middle ground was offering $500. I would be quite happy to offer $1,000, but
Dan?
Like a motion to amend to 1,000?
you can't amend an amendment.
I thought
Yes, you
once
can. You can
you
amend it
can.
once.
Do it once.
Yeah, my one.
You just can't do it twice.
Okay, okay.
Greg?
I would second.
All right. All right, so is that friendly
This to me.
to the mover and seconder? Is anyone it's not friendly to? Okay, let's vote on it then.
Mike, I have a question.
Surely.
Wherever this number ends up, the Poet Laureate falls underneath a department, or what line is this? Where is this money going?
It's in the planning department.
Administration?
It's in the planning department.
Oh, it's in planning, okay.
But that's only because the money goes to CAP, to Community Arts Partnership. They're the ones who have the contract with the county to give the money to the person. And I think because CAP is related to tourism, it's in the planning department.
Nick has his hand up. Maybe he can explain.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Hi. The money goes through a contract that we do annually with Community Arts Partnership, and it has been going through that since 2022. And it's the only non-room tax component of that contract.
Ann?
Just for transparency to the public, so if we're voting on this $1,000, this is $1,000 in addition, is this correct? And so what would be the poet laureate?
2,000.
So it would be back to 2,000. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Let's vote.
This is on the amending it to change from 500
No, it was
to...
friendly.
Okay.
So, yes, Rich?
Yeah, I like having a poet laureate. I feel like we're saying no to a lot of people, or we'll need to say no to a lot of people. I'm struggling with this one. If we replace the $1,000, there's no cut at all here. I will reluctantly vote against.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Veronica?
Oh, I'm trying to do some math in my head, and I'm not that fast at it, but I think adding the $500 on to the poet laureate, which it sounds like will make a bunch of difference for that position, will add about a dime to the tax bill of each owner of a median-priced home. So I don't know how people feel about that, but that seems like that comparison helps me.
Less,
Yeah, me too.
You mean adding the 1,000 back in? Go say 500.
I did say 500. Is it that like $500,000 is roughly 1% of tax levy?
36.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Randy? Let's not.
So what's the total amount that we're going to be allocating towards the poet laureate?
$2,000.
Okay, it's
If this passes.
Annual stipend.
if we approve the 1,000.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
which is what it has been for several years.
Okay, let's call the roll.
Shauna Black.
No.
Travis Brooks.
No.
Randy Brown.
No.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
No.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
No.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ian Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes?
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
It fails on a 7-7 vote.
Mike,
Yes.
would you entertain a $500 increase instead of 1,000 as a motion?
Would I? Yes. If that's suggested, I guess we need to ask Amanda.
Is that something, I mean,
Yes, but why if that wasn't, like, somebody should have said that wasn't friendly before, because I offered a $500 amendment. So if you felt comfortable with $500, maybe nobody does. Maybe you all who voted no wouldn't even want $500, but.
I'll change my mind and go for 500.
Yeah, let's try for 5.
Well, point of order.
Oh, point of order. What's your point?
Well, we had Amanda's amendment on the floor, and it was amended to $1,000. So just so you know, we can put Mike's on the floor, but we'll have to amend it to $500 because this is the longest way to get to the end result.
well, can't I just make a new amendment
Yeah.
Yes.
on the floor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you have to put Mike's on the floor first and then amend that.
No, he doesn't have to.
You can do something different. I
we
would
don't have
recognize
to do
that,
every
and I would withdraw mine.
What, isn't
Already
it the
amended
same?
yours once and it failed.
It's 6 1/2, doesn't it? I mean, it's
Oh, Jesus.
like if you turn left, or you just turn right.
Maury?
What's your,
The answer is it's 6 of one and half a dozen of another, so do one or the other, and you'll be fine.
Greg, what would you like to do?
So if I could move that we add $500 to the poet laureate's salary to bring the total salary to $1,500, or sorry, the stipend, not salary, to $1,500 annually.
there a second? Seconded by Ann. Discussion on that motion. Lee?
Nothing against the poet laureate or any organization. The reason I asked where these funds reside is just simply this: $500,000, $1,000, $195. Come on, if you got a pot of money, whether it's in a community program or in a department budget of $3 million or whatever the case may be, if you can't find, if this is truly a priority, if you can't find $500 or $1,000 within an existing budget, we're in a pretty bad way.
We are in a bad way.
Amanda?
The cap, I don't know if you know about the Community Arts Partnership. They have very little money. And several years ago, I proposed to this legislature that we give the Poet Laureate a stipend of $2,000. It was a very long argument over $2,000 back in a time when we all felt much more flush, and clearly there's still people who can't get behind a poet having a little bit of money. So thanks for dragging this out.
Well, okay, let's be kind to each other. Are we ready to vote on Greg's amendment? Go ahead.
Shauna Black.
Uh-oh, she's frozen.
Shauna.
Come back to her.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
No.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes?
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Still frozen.
I think she's still frozen. Well, we'll just have to take.
She did indicate that she would vote yes. Whether that can-
Yeah, let's give her credit.
I don't know if that's how that
Just
works.
announce the vote.
Yep.
Roberta's rules.
I think you've got the votes.
Abstain.
That's 11 ayes and 2 noes, so it passes. All right, I withdrew 28. Ann Corman, 41.
All right, tough crowd. Let's see,
This is even less money, 195.
so it might be more contentious.
Let's do
We
it for
don't
an
know.
hour.
So I am putting forth an amendment. This is out of the Planning and Sustainability Department. This is for $195 for the Environmental Management Council to have a yearly gathering of the councils that are similar to that, environmental councils that are around the county, the municipal ones, the smaller municipal ones. And I want to just say that last year, the county EMC, they hosted the New York State.
Can I get a second?
Okay, sorry.
Seconded by Veronica. Go ahead.
Last year, they hosted the New York State Association of Environmental Councils here, and so they're a very active group. And as folks may know, the advisory the advisory boards that we have in the county, they can ask us for money through the budget process. As far as I know, this is the only one asking for funds this year, unless I'm missing something. But, so they're asking for $195 to rent a pavilion to have their meeting with all the councils, and I've attended it a couple times. So I want to put that on the floor.
Any comments, questions? Ready to vote? Go ahead.
Shauna Black.
Shauna reports that her computer has crashed. I don't know if and when we'll get her back.
Thank you. Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
No.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
It's 12 ayes, 1 no.
12 ayes, 1 no, that carries.
I'll take back a little bit about what I said being a tough crowd so far.
Deborah, number 19.
Yes, this is to restore funding for the county's full dues to the Cayuga Lake Watershed Intermunicipal Organization. This is an organization that's been in existence for quite some time, and the county, I think, was one of the initial founding organizations or municipalities that supported that organization. For years, they tried to get a watershed manager, a paid position, and they didn't have the funding for it. They finally raised their dues and got enough municipalities participating so that they could afford to hire that essential position. If we don't pay our full dues, it sets a really poor example. And I'm not sure that they could keep their watershed manager, which they very much need. So that is why I put this in here.
Is that a one-time?
Yes, it is. We can revisit it next year when we have more money.
Rich?
Yeah, I think this is a good example where, because of our uncertainty as to fund balance, we're faced with making decisions that in the long term would be easy decisions. We need to protect our lake, and I support this amendment because it doesn't help us in the long term financially to not spend this money.
Will you second it?
I will second it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Point of information, what's your point?
I see on the sheet we have in front of us that it's a multi-year, 3-year. I just want to clarify this is,
Oh, yeah, I just can't remember because there are so many.
sorry, so, but your question was that it was a one-time OTR for 1 year. I just want to understand if we're one time for 1 year or for 3 for multi.
I would be happy to do it for 3, but again, I can't necessarily assure you that the dues won't go up next year.
Yeah, that's not a
that
debate
was
for me, it's just
on here.
procedurally is my point of information.
I understood that the motion was for one time, 1 year.
No, I misspoke apparently.
All right, then,
It's one time 3 year.
is that okay with the seconder?
Yes.
Okay. Mike Sigler.
My question is more, I mean, the Cayuga Lake watershed is huge, and I'm glad that we do this. Doesn't the state do this?
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
Rich?
Yeah, that's the difficulty, is that if you look at the watershed around the lake, it's municipality after municipality, and there is no coordinating body. New York State should step in and do this, but if we wait for them, our lake is going to be seriously damaged before anything happens. So that's why I'm saying this is something where we want to be as frugal as possible, but if we don't spend this money, we'll pay a lot more later.
If I could clarify, this intermunicipal organization is the coordinating body for this watershed, and over time, we've gotten to the point where very nearly all the municipalities are participating and paying dues.
Randy?
Oh, yeah, fresh water is very important. We're lucky we have a lot of it here. I definitely support this. And I think what this group is doing is they're keeping an eye on the ball way the DEC is not. So.
Amanda?
Could we get the chart back up?
We're working on it. Like that? Anyone else? Ready to vote? Let's call the roll.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
14 ayes, it passes.
I have a question.
Randy?
So I'm looking at this chart we have here, and we did 2 amendments earlier that I'm sure that we reduced what our budget was going to be by 200,000.
We reduced unallocated fund balance, unreserved fund balance. We substituted capital. That gives us more fund balance. It doesn't give us more target.
Okay, that was my question. Okay. Thank you.
All right, then let's go to Deborah, I guess, number 36.
Okay. This one is, I'm happy to say, pretty much revenue neutral. It would just designate $85,000 of our contingent fund for a gadabout contract to provide rural service to seniors and people with disabilities if they should need it. It appears that currently they will be able to provide this service in 2025 without further contribution from the county, but they asked that we retain a sort of budget line for them in the years going forward, because there's some question about the allocation of future federal and state transit funding as between Gadabout and TCAT, and they just want to know that they can continue that service no matter what happens.
I need a second. Seconded by Veronica. Questions? Greg?
Yeah, I want to thank Deborah and others for getting to the I guess, bottom of this, or to figure out a way to make this work.
Where the rubber meets the road.
Oh, I love these puns. Just keep them up, Deb. I just have a question of what's our budgeted contingent fund for 2025, and then what is the contingent fund reserve allocation that we currently have?
It's $1,250,000.
$1,250,000 is what's budgeted?
That's what's budgeted.
And then the contingent fund reserve that we established as part of that sweep from unassigned fund balance last year?
What, did I say something wrong?
Is that the tax stabilization reserve?
I thought, wasn't there a contingency fund reserve?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
658,000 rings a bell.
So, hardball questions.
That's what I thought, 2.7 million.
And what is that for exactly?
Well, it's labeled as a tax stabilization reserve. That's where we put the overage that we receive from DSS for the mandates.
And what can we use it for? Just contingencies, basically?
There's a very limited set of unexpected expenses, unexpected, it's unexpected revenue losses and unexpected expenditures are the things that the tax stabilization reserve is limited to. It's actually a highly restrictive reserve in order to be able to access it, and requires a 2/3 vote of the legislature. There are other legal issues surrounding that reserve that we probably don't need to get into tonight, but will be a fuller discussion coming up.
So this $85,000 wouldn't fall within that reserve?
No.
Thank you.
Answer your question, Greg?
Sure does, thank you.
Okay. I would like to say that I'm supporting this because it's so important in my rural district, and I know in other rural districts particularly. And if you drive around in my district or other districts, you'll see those gadabout buses out there on a regular basis servicing people that need that transportation. Ready to vote? Go ahead.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
That's 14 aye, that's unanimous. We go next to number 43, Ann Corman.
Thank you. This is number 43 through the Planning and Sustainability Department. It's restoration of personnel items, and I'd like to ask Katie Bergella, our Commissioner of Planning and Sustainability.
Is there a second?
Sorry.
Seconded by Veronica.
Forget about the seconds. To talk about this one a little bit.
Point of order, Mike.
Yes, what's your
I think
point?
we had presentations for many hours. I'm personally not sure we need another presentation, and I think we.
This is a clarification, just to talk about a clarification.
Yes.
Yeah, on one of the items in here.
Promise not a presentation, I'll be quick. I just wanted to explain that this $11,000 to maintain the management level in our department, an idea that is kind of emerging, which would have further discussions, would be to have this position at this level. It's the same level as the Chief Sustainability Officer, the Chief Transportation Officer in the department. It could become something like the Chief Housing Officer or something along that line to give true focus to housing in our department. Right now, it's been cobbled together with Megan spending too much time for a deputy on that topic and then a support planner. So I just wanted to give that vision to you all as you were thinking of this. Thank you.
I had a question. You said 11,000. It looks like it's 15,000 on our sheet.
Yeah, we took the approach of clumping together items that were similar. So it's 11,037, I said in my presentation, for keeping Joan's position at the management grade. There's an additional 3,500 for making sure that we have a project assistant for more hours to help for the PDR baseline work next year. And then finally, $1,000 to keep maintenance of effort for professional development funds within our department.
Thank you. Anything else? Any other questions? Ready to vote? Go ahead.
Shauna Black?
No.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
No.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
No.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
No?
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
There are 8 ayes, 6 noes. That passes. Ann, yours is number 44 next.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. This is also through the Planning and Sustainability Department. This one is to support planning and operations initiatives. So I'll move that one and then explain it.
Is there a second? Seconded by Randy.
And so this one also is split up, 21,700. So this is for the department to hire outside resources to conduct time-sensitive planning studies and engage in public outreach. And 8,500 for hiring grant writing consultants for time-sensitive or complicated grant applications. And I'll just say that we are very fortunate to have some really qualified people in our department that help us with a lot of grants, but sometimes they need a little help if they're time sensitive or if they're complicated. And then 4,500 of that is to maintain funding to plan to plan and host a statewide conference of municipal sustainable staff and leaders, which has been in the, they've been talking about for a long time. And part of the efficiency of that, if they were to hold it here, you would save quite a bit of money because they wouldn't have to be traveling and getting hotels to go somewhere else. So it actually pays for itself as far as I'm concerned. And then the last is $594 for purchasing office supplies and professional journals and books.
Questions, comments? Greg?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm, without there being sorry, I use my microphone, I apologize. Without there being substantial information on these sheets, it's hard to follow the amendments that were proposed in the budget book. I'm wondering if there would be any objection to splitting the question.
You can move that.
I'd like to move to split the question.
In which way?
Each one of those line items be addressed individually.
Second that.
Okay, so how many line items are there? All right, I've been moved to vote on the items separately as an amendment. Is there a second for Greg's motion? I'm sorry, Amanda did that?
You seconded my motion to split the question.
Okay.
If I could point out, Mike, just as a point of information, section 4, page 192 in the budget book or online for those following along.
Thank you. This was one of the earlier ones I put in, and later ones I put in, I added a lot more information. I wasn't sure how much, and as I played with different ones, I realized there is a cap into the number of words you can put in there. So I apologize that it wasn't right in there.
Okay. Let's vote on splitting.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Dee Brown,
Yes.
Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
No.
Mike Lane,
Yes?
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
13 to 1, so that we will go ahead and split. Let's take the first one, which is what? Which one?
You want me to read that one?
Yes, please.
So this is, in the book, this is Restoration A, and this is to maintain the ability of the department to hire outside resources to conduct time-sensitive planning studies, engage in public outreach.
How much is that one?
And that one is $21,700, and if this was reduced or eliminated, they would need to come to us each time and ask for this money during the year as they need it.
Is there a second? Seconded by Veronica. Discussion? Greg?
Yeah, I don't intend to create an unnecessary burden on our staff, but if these are truly things that come up, I do think based on our current budget conversations that we're having, we should address this type of funding on a as-needed request through contingency fund. And if it's something that needs to bypass committee with a legislator-filed OTR for, I think we can, within a 2-week period, move this through if necessary.
Anyone else? All right, we're voting on the first one as described by Ann. Go ahead and call the roll.
Shauna Black,
No.
Travis Brooks,
No.
Randy Brown,
No.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Susan Curry,
No.
Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
No.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
No?
Greg Mezzi?
No.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Fails 3 ayes, 11 noes. Let's go to the next one, Ann.
The next one is Restoration B, and this is to maintain the ability to hire grant writing consultant for one-time or time-sensitive or complicated grant applications. And if this is not approved, they would need to either approach the legislature for contingency funds or divert work from other work program items to allow for in-house preparation of a grant application. And I just want to say again, as far as grants, this is money really well spent. They often, hundreds of thousands, you'll see millions coming through that Department of Grants. So this is a small amount, so I'm really hoping this gets passed.
I need a second. Travis? Other discussion?
The reason I second it is because it is true. Like, we should be chasing every dollar, no matter how complicated the grant is. This is a great support and to the county. So to me, this is a no-brainer.
Anyone else? Ready to vote?
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Passes 12 ayes, 2 noes. Next one, Ann.
Restoration C maintains funding to plan and host a statewide conference of municipal sustainability, easy for me to say, staff and leaders. And
Is there a
again-
second? Seconded by Travis again.
a little bit more about this one. There's been talk over the years that we are on the forefront here in this county and doing a lot of sustainability things. And so this would, our staff often goes to conferences and talks about what we're doing here and showcases them. This is a chance for our staff and our departments and the different other agencies and the colleges to be able to have people come here to see what we're doing. And again, as I said, it saves money by not having our staff to go somewhere else.
Discussion?
And that was 4,500 if I didn't say it.
No one wants to talk about it, so let's vote.
Shauna Black?
No.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion? Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
No.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
That passes 8-6. Last one.
Restoration D maintains funding for purchase of office supplies and professional journals and books, $594.
There's a second. Seconded by Veronica. Discussion? Vote? I'm sorry, Mike?
This is for office supplies?
Veronica?
And professional journals.
It says and professional and journals and books. I read professional journals as like subscriptions to professional journals, but maybe Katie can clarify which those can be valuable but shockingly expensive.
Yeah, This one, I actually think it's probably okay if you decline this portion of it. We took a close knife to all of our budget, and we were told to request all of the money back into the budget. So I'm actually fine if you guys, we will make do with our pencils and pens we have.
Can I withdraw that one then?
Is that the way we want to do it? Yes, I think you can withdraw it, yes.
Yeah, we have a lot of hard decisions to make, so
Is that all right
if you're
with the-
okay?
Is
Yep.
that all right with the seconder?
Who was the seconder?
Veronica, is that all right with you? Okay, any objection? All right, that is
Katie?
withdrawn. So we've, yes, we passed two and one failed of the three that we considered. All right, let's go to Shauna Black, the student navigator. This is number 6.
Thank you, Mike. And this is going to be a hard amendment to bring forward because no one likes to make cuts, but I would like to bring forward amendment number 6, the reduction of the student navigator program at CCE.
Is there a second? Seconded by Amanda. Go ahead.
Thank you. So when looking at our budget and faced with these decisions, I actually tried to make requests that were going to be at least budget neutral after considering our recommended budget from our county administrator. And so in talking with some of our staff, they thought that this could be in fact a duplication of some current services that are being offered. Currently, we do have navigators and people that are helping in our moms program. And they're helping some of the same individuals that are being helped by this program. This program does work with students, and for this position specifically, it's for the person that manages the students that are currently attending Cornell University.
Veronica.
Thank you. Yeah, I strongly oppose this amendment and cutting this program. For one thing, it's an ongoing program that has involved a lot of relationship building between various, I want to say organizations, yes, and healthcare places. And I hear you that maybe some of the same people are being served by some other navigators as well, but it, like, at least my understanding of the Student Resource Navigators program is much more widely open to use. Like, it's not specific to moms or people like moms to be or just from that. It's also, I don't know if you have more information from our staff. I know that one of our staff members who would know said that there is definitely a need for more navigators in this community, like navigation support, which is something I hear time and time again from other people. I think that ultimately supporting the continuation of this networking project that has been years in the making is increasing in its value and is like helping to fill in a gap that's a gap identified over and over again, and it's going to connect people to the kind of services that can like help stop someone from like spiraling out into some health crisis or having just, escalated physical or social or mental health problems worsen and worsen. And I think it would be, in the long run, a mistake to cut this, even financially, setting aside the human component.
Randy, then Deborah, then Ann.
Yeah, thank you. I've learned much more about this program recently. I see Cynthia's here. I was wondering maybe she'd come up and just talk to this a little bit, if you wouldn't mind. But while you're, I think that this program, as I've read about it, learned more about it, has brought together a lot of people in the health sector that had not been on the table before. They've been doing their own thing, and this is community organizing. And it's one thing I've learned about Thompson County. We must have more nonprofits doing work than any other place per capita in the world. And more and more they are working together. I think it's really important that they do work together to provide these services. So I really believe in community organizers and doing this type of thing. The other thing is that, you know, we need to build a better relationship with Cornell. And these are Cornell students. They're not paid. We need to build relationships. And this is one of the few where we're actually working together on something, which is why I will vote against the amendment.
Deborah?
Yeah, you know, this may be a program that is providing a valuable service in the community. But my question is, who should pay for it? As I understand it from the information that the CCE director furnished us, these student navigators are being compensated in a way by work-study funds that are coming through Cornell. And this is, in that way, a program that benefits Cornell University. And apparently it also benefits Cayuga Med to some extent. And I think that those are two organizations that could very well be paying for this volunteer coordinator, particularly Cornell. And for that reason, I don't see any reason why the county should continue to pay for it.
Ann, I think you wanted to speak.
Yeah, just to add on to one of the things that Deborah said about who it benefits. It benefits, I think, everybody in the county that people are able to get services. We hear over and over and over again that people aren't able to access, apply for, figuring out how to find the time. They don't know the resources. It's very hard to navigate and then actually to get into our system with all the benefits we do provide. And that's what this talks about. That's what they're helping with. And we don't have enough of those folks in the county. And so, in a way, we could be hiring someone to do this. So this is helping us to get people so they have enough food, so they have housing. So this is all kinds of benefits, but maybe I'm missing something that, but so I think it benefits all of us.
I can certainly elaborate. I understand some of the apprehensions in terms of replication. Let me dispel that myth. This is not a replication of services. The Student Resource Navigator program is, it receives referrals from 4 different physician offices that are not specific to the OBGYN population. So the redundancy concern, it's important to understand that those patients that are referred are not part of that cohort or that subgroup. So this is serving another set of population. It is also serving a population that is outside of the Medicaid specific. It serves that population, but it's also outside of that population. So it's any patient regardless of their status. So someone who might be at risk, but not necessarily falling within the Medicaid population, will still receive services and support and navigation to manage their need through this navigation program. The question or the point in regards to paying for this, I certainly am hearing that as well. I would just suggest that the coordination between all of these larger entities is part of the value that this program brings, because it is preparing us for the future of the 1115 waiver, where you have community-based organizations operating independently alongside with these larger hospital organizations and healthcare organizations. So you have this collaborative effect that
that helps with the continuum of care of patients, so you are not losing people in that process. The isolation and the way that healthcare works right now is recognized as not working. So this new system and the way that this system is being created and is setting us up for a model for the 1115 waiver is really another value that this program brings. I believe there was a third.
Thank you for that clarification.
And if I could just finish my, real quick, that this is the last year, I think it was a 3-year pilot, and this is the last year, and they are not, said they're not going to request funding. They have figured out the funding for next year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Travis?
I guess my only question is, when folks are saying this helps people, who are we referring? What are the demographics that we are referring to? What folks in this community are taking advantage of this program? How is this program being advertised or publicized in the community for people to know that it exists?
We'll let Cynthia respond to that. And I've got Shauna, got you in the queue, Shauna.
Thank you. Actually, patients that go into their healthcare practice, the practices, they are screened for social needs at that time by medical practitioners, and the referrals are sent from the medical offices to the student resource navigators. So it's a platform of communication, and from there, the student resource navigator connects.
To the folks in the community?
Correct. And then they circle back on their status to make sure that their needs have been met and addressed, and if further navigation needs to take place. So that continuum of care, or that circle, continues.
Shauna?
Yeah, my question is, if there is financing secured for 2026, why couldn't those funders also pay for 2025?
So we're looking at the 1115 waiver as a piece of that, and that is not planned to occur until 2025.
Deborah?
So I'm trying to understand this. When I go to my primary care physician, if I need a referral to another doctor, my primary care physician is supposed to provide that. So I'm a little unclear as to why we're having medical professionals refer people to navigators to make those referrals.
Veronica, do you want to respond, or Cynthia?
I'm sure you could respond, but I'll say what I think of is when I go to my primary care practitioner, like, yes, that happens, but also they'll sometimes ask me questions like, do you ever have trouble paying for your medication? Do you ever have trouble getting to appointments? Like, do you have like safe and stable housing? I don't know if they ask about access to food, but that's a thing. Like those sorts of things that are important in determining someone's health, but are not things that a doctor's appointment fixes, I think are some of the stuff that that a provider would send someone to this program, because that's not covered in the like typical medical system.
So these are social services referrals and not medical referrals?
Well, kind of like applying for HEAP, TANF, those type of things.
Can we let Cynthia answer this?
They're speaking correctly, yes. It's the social needs. So it could be anything from transportation, navigation, to food sources, to mental health. It's pretty all-encompassing in terms of identifying a social need that is not currently being met, that may be prohibiting them from exceeding their care. So an example would be a patient that can't get their medication because they don't have transportation. And so the navigator would help to address the transportation piece so that the patient can now get their medication, and now they're able to have a healthier outcome. It's a very simplistic.
Shauna, is that an old hand, or you still have it up?
No, it's a new hand. I guess I'm just concerned because that's what we use that's what we use the 211 center for. And at any point, anyone can be referred to 211, and they have operators that are giving the exact same resources as the student navigators. So again, I know that we have a non-recommended amendment in the county administrator's budget to take away the data specialist. But I feel like we can only do so much in our budget, and whenever I see a duplication, this was the reason why I made this amendment to take away the funds.
Randy?
I'd like to add also that quite often, people don't have a primary care physician, and they end up at Cougar Medical, emergency room and other places. That's where a lot of this happens as well. So it's not, and quite often it's a lower income group of people that are looking for these services.
Okay, anything else? Go ahead, Travis.
I guess that's where I'm a little confused. And you have the numbers of folks in the community who utilize the service to substantiate the need. But I just think about folks that I've served, families I've served over the years, and the idea of a college student, them opening up, sharing information with local folks in the community is hard enough, let alone somebody that's not from here, a college student, maybe substantially younger. And there is a big disconnect with lower income folks and folks from the Hill and their ability to feel like they understand their needs. So it's a little confusing to me. I hate cutting things that help people, so I get that, but I'm just a little confused. Like, I've never seen any advertisements at where I work, for example. There's hundreds of families that come through there, and I've never spoken to anybody from CCE about the program, how to have our families access the program. So I just wonder, like, how many people. That's why I asked about the demographics.
So to answer, the program is 3 years. So the first year was a ramp-up year. Second year was the platform being built. We're seeing on average about 75 patients per, let me think about this, quarter coming through this, so every 3 months. So it's been a ramp-up period. They're coming direct from primary care offices, and so there's a HIPAA component, as you can imagine. So that's why you don't see necessarily advertising per se. The anticipation of this is, again, growing as a community-based approach, and we are in partnership, and this partnership is growing to a 15 different member community-based organization approach. So it's in this momentum of other community-based organizations coming together to be on this referral system platform. So it really is an example of how Tompkins County as a whole is coming together to support the members of the community better through organization and collaboration. It's a pretty expansive program, I won't lie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Ann?
And I just want to add that, part of the reason, too, that Cornell is involved is sometimes it's their students, too. I mean, they're a large member of our community. So sometimes they're the same age, but yes, sometimes they're not.
Greg?
I just want to make sure that we clarify the vote before the vote's taken, so I can ask a point of information later. I thought we were done.
Vote is on the amendment. The amendment is to reduce this by $50,000.
So a vote in the affirmative, a yes vote would be to make the reduction. A vote of no would be to leave it as recommended in the county administrator's budget.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure that's clarified.
Thank you.
Okay. Deborah?
So I just want to make sure I understand. You said 75 people per quarter. That's 300 people in a year, and this is costing us $50,000.
In year 3, correct.
Okay, we ready to vote? Let's call the roll.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
No?
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
No.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
No.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
10 ayes, 4 noes, the amendment is agreed to. It's 6:45. Let's take 12 minutes, come back and see if we can finish up.
They have a choice, do they?
Randy.
Back in session.
Seriously, isn't he?
Right, the next one up is Deborah Dawson, number 2.
Thanks, Mike. My legislative amendment is to cut $25,000 in an OTR to fund year 3 of a multi-year, pursuant to which we've already given CCE $125,000 for administrative capacity building in their finance department. I'll let Mike ask for a second before I say anything else.
Somewhere? Randy?
Yeah, this has been a difficult budget year, and I really feel that we should be prioritizing capacity building in our own Department of Finance, and I can't justify building it elsewhere unless and until we build it where we need it here in the county.
Randy?
Was this approved in Lisa's budget? I can't remember.
Yes, it was, or if it hadn't been, I wouldn't have to,
Okay,
yeah,
I'm looking through all of them right now, because there were a lot of OTRs, as you know.
I know.
Section 5, page 8.
Thank you. My thought on this is an overall thought. I'm the only legislator that is on the CCE board. They've actually, in their retreat, they would like a second one. There was a time, no, there's only one.
Supposed to be 2.
Supposed to be 2.
Oh, what?
And they actually would like, and the CC board would like there to be 2. At one time, there wasn't the case, remember? I think you had to kind of encourage them to allow 2 legislators on that board. But I'm the only one you have right now. And so what I've put my time and effort into the Finance Committee, the Facilities Committee there, and many other things that I've been involved there, to try to understand the value. Because when I first got into legislature, I was informed of the problems that CC had and the struggles they were going through, which were real, very, very real. And I think there was probably a lack of accountability or a lack of understanding or just a plain lacking overall. But what I've learned is that through this funding, this capacity building, it really helped. I think what you did was the right thing, and you had a complete turnover of people there. They're all in roles that are important, and they're invigorated and they're committed to what they're doing. There are so many programs going on at CC, it is hard to understand all of them, without a doubt. And I've tried very hard to do that. But now you have a new executive director, you have a new management people, you have a very good, one of the people that was hired, Karen Yearwood, is now correct me what her position name is, but operations director, has done an incredible job of organizing everything at CCE, the software and the management and communication and focus. So I'm recommending you don't cut this. And I'm the only legislator that's really been paying attention to this. And I think that now with a new executive director, with a new management crew there, to continue to cut things from them, it sends a wrong message. They do a lot of things for this county. Some of them need to be recognized. I don't think CC's really good at letting people know what they do. Or maybe reaching the populations they should be reaching. And maybe they are and they aren't. In some programs like the assistance with families of incarcerated people probably don't even know that program exists, but it exists, and CC is the only one doing it. Where they're doing counseling and bringing whole families in of incarcerated people and having meetings with them and helping them. And by the way, all that is funded through social services. It's a direct contract with them. And unfortunately, DSS is only sending about half of the people that should be going there, and the funds are not only about half spent. just to give you a heads up on that one. So I think that's something I focused on and tried to understand as well. And I'm learning. Then the other side of that is the financial understanding of what's going on at CCE. It wasn't good. I mean, there were frankly, I mean, there were a misunderstanding of funds, of where they belonged. That's not the case anymore. They are literally looking at every unit, whether it's making money or losing money. For example, 4-H is losing more money than any other program right now, a very important program, but they've got to figure that out. So, and that data wasn't even available a year and a half ago. We had no idea which departments were making money or not making money in the expenses, but all that's been cleaned up and they're doing a great job. So I think to continue to take funds away from this when they're finally turned the corner and they're getting their act together is a mistake.
Shauna?
Thank you, Mike. I was actually on the CCE board for 2 years, and Amanda was on quite a bit longer than myself. And my guess is that either myself or Amanda put this OTR through 2 or 3 years ago. And you are absolutely right, Randy. We put this in place because we had concerns, and I do see that CCE has made some drastic changes for the positive, and I'm really glad to see that. With that said, though, this is not a county department. Right now, we're facing a really a difficult budget year, and Deborah's right. I mean, I feel like if we're going to staff something, we should probably staff our departments, and, you know, if anything, try not to cut them. So I will support Deborah's amendment.
Deborah?
Yeah, I would point out that we give CCE, in the 2025 budget recommended by Lisa, we're giving them $721,000 and change for their general administrative operations, and we have over $600,000 in contracts that we put out to them that is additional support for the organization. I just feel that that's like $1.3 million that we're supporting CCE with here, and Cornell not only gives them Zippo, but they have to pay Cornell $33,000 a year for business services. So what that looks like is we give them money and then they give it to Cornell. If this capacity building is so important, they can take that $25,000 out of the $721 that we give them. And I would remind you that we heard from Rob Brown at their presentation when he discussed this $721,000, that was actually, as he described it, backup so that they could be nimble and fund other programs if and when they needed money beyond what the grants were that supported the program, beyond the description of what that program was supposed to provide. To me, we're putting $721,000 into a black box, and that's plus the $600,000 in contracts, which I expect that whatever department is contracting with them is making sure that they provide the services that we're contracting for. But that $721,000, I don't know what it's being used for. And that's pretty much all I'm willing to give them.
We have Rich, Greg, Dan, and then Randy.
I'll pass.
Greg?
So this goes, I think, a little bit to what Deborah just said. I think that there's opportunities to seek clarity and transparency around those funds if one wants to seek that out. So I don't want that to be a black mark or fault to cooperative extension, because that information is available. It's maybe not presented neatly in our process. There's been, I think, a little bit of discussion around, and I'm curious how our funding for CCE works, but do we just pay them all up front, or do we ask for receipts or request for funding as, as they spend it, do we reimburse them for that spending? Or if we are providing them X dollars and they don't spend X dollars, are they able to keep the difference? I think that's something that organizationally we should take a look at, because if we're giving money to an organization and they're not spending all of it, I think that money needs to be coming back to the county and not sitting with the organization. I also want to remind folks.
Do you want to answer to your question?
In a moment. I also want to remind folks that this is not a one-time, that this is one-time funds, right? This is from Target. I'm sorry, not from Target, from, we'll just call them one-time funds. And it is not from Target, and we would not likely be funding our departments with one-time money. We would be funding them with Target money, as we've been told. I just want to make sure that that's clear. So yes, I guess I'd like an answer to my question now.
Lisa or Lori?
Your question being if an agency such as CCE does not use the funding in the given year, does it come back to the county, or is it never provided to the organization?
Correct.
The answer is yes, it is. The funding remains with the county.
We don't just give them $721,000?
Their core funding?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant, I'm sorry. I thought you meant for the over-target requests. No, they receive the,
Corrected amount.
yes.
Okay, so if I can just dig into that for a quick second. In their program, I think this relates to their general funding, their program expense for cooperative extension of $721,232. Do we have a breakdown of what that is, or is it just submitted that that's the amount?
I believe that is the amount that they receive, that we are not, yes.
We don't understand how that gets spent.
Yes, we do.
Where?
Where?
In the board meetings.
Got it, but it's not presented to the legislature for consideration.
No.
Okay, so I guess I will make a statement now. I think that's a fundamental flaw of this process with our agencies, that we don't have transparency and accountability into where those funds are being spent. And I, at some point, would like to ask and have a discussion, if we approve an amount like this, if those organizations can submit a line item budget, and we can move to a reimbursement model for expenses, as opposed to sending a Brinks truck full of money over to their account and hoping they do well with it.
I've got 4 people right now. Just, folks, if we could try to keep as short as possible in our statements. Dan Klein.
I concur with Randy's assessment that cooperative extension was in a really bad state, and over several years, with our help and more their own work, have really turned things around. Financial piece of it was a really big part of it, and so this is a very good investment. And then 2 quick things. Is it not true that is a federal mandate that counties fund the core budget of cooperative extension? Okay, so I think it's a little bit messy to try to question that piece of it when we're talking about something else. It's a federal mandate that we have to fund that. Second thing, isn't it also true that Cornell pays the benefits of all employees at cooperative extension? Okay, so we're talking millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
$2.3 million.
Beautiful, thank you.
Randy?
Yes, actually, there is a line item detail of exactly where these funds are spent and which staffing positions it supports, so I can get that to you. I asked the same question, so appreciate that. I wasn't sure how they were paid, but that's a good question as well. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Veronica?
Yeah, I would like someone to correct me if I'm wrong. Well, yeah, no, this is a question. Is the reason that we provide, I guess Dan just said CCE might be more complicated, but the way I think about providing money to a bunch of these outside agencies is, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, is that we do it because they are doing work that is completely aligned with the mission of our county to make it a thriving place for people to live, work, and play. And just for some things, there exist other organizations that are better equipped to do the thing than we, the county, are. Like, we're not going to open a library. And so I don't think it's that we are benevolent holders of money that we give to organizations because we're generous. I think we are collaborating with our community to build and sustain a stronger community, and recognizing that the organization of Tompkins County does not have all the powers and abilities. I do agree that more transparency, or it being like easier to see how the money is being used, would be helpful. I do not think that we should be like withholding money this year on the basis that we don't know how it was used, and we collectively did not have our act together to ask for the details until the moment of our budget process, because I think that would be like an abuse of administrative power to not ask the questions and then withhold money when we realize we don't have the answers at the last moment. And I also think we should all listen to Randy a heck of a lot more about CCE specifically, because he's a heck of a lot more knowledgeable about CCE as it is now than the rest of us. Thanks.
Rich?
Yeah, I think we're all learning a lot this year, and hopefully we take these lessons through to our budget process next year, where we'll have the same amount of fun or more. Randy, I want to say I supported the amendment, but I think you persuaded me. So I think let's finish, my view is we should finish the third year of this 3-year OTR. So I'll support.
Susan?
I served on the board of CCE last year and watched this organization go through an incredible amount of work to improve everything, from especially their budgeting, how they manage the money and how they run the programs. And the CCE does an enormous amount in this county. But I also wanted to say, as a person who has been in charge of an agency, I think that any agency budget is always available to any member of the legislature anytime you would like to see it. I think it would be overwhelming to get all of that information, especially considering the amount of information and detail that we have now. So I trust our agencies to do what they need to do with the money that we give them. And I think CCE is a good example of an agency that learned from its mistakes and has done a tremendous job in providing all of the programming that they do. And I appreciated being on that board. I learned a lot.
Ann Corman, then let's try to go to a vote.
Yeah, I just wanted to second, what was just said there, and also what Veronica said, and Randy, some others, that they perform a lot of services, just as the Human Services Coalition does, that we don't have to do it. And often, they do it cheaper, and because they're not having public service employees, and a number of other reasons. So I have asked, a couple of years ago, people wanted to know a lot about CCE, and we had them come in more often. And I have asked this legislature if we wanted more information along the year, and they came and reported to Peak. And if people had questions then, I wish they would have brought them up then or earlier. But this kind of puts them in an awkward place. If next year people want them to come in a couple more times to Peak and to be able to ask them these questions, or ask them to provide financial information or whatever, but please do that ahead of time next year. Thank you.
2 more hands. Could we get to a vote? Travis?
I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry.
No apologies, but.
When people are talking, it raises other questions, and it just happens. I'm sorry. But we have 2 lines here. We have capacity building in the I'm not going to say it right, the PDC, yes, the Philanthropic Development Coordinator. I'm a little confused in what the difference is. One's a position, one is to increase capacity. Are they positions?
Cynthia, can you respond? You need to be at a microphone.
We're helping you get your steps in.
So the OTR is a third year of 3, and it is for capacity building, specifically helping with the financial component, HR, administrative pieces. The philanthropic administration position is new. It was, nice that it was brought forward. That is geared toward helping us to become more financially independent. It's like grant writer, managing our the grants. We have 93 budgets that are because of all of the multitude of grants that we have. So administrating and managing that, and just streamlining our process.
In essence, both are building capacity. One is through grants and one is through.
That would be specific for grant management.
Okay.
And grant writing to help us to maybe need less money from the county.
That was good.
And that's in the capacity one, capacity building one we're talking about? Okay.
Philanthropic would be that one.
The philanthropic one is the grant writing.
Greg?
I'm good, thank you.
Are we ready to take a vote? A yes vote is to approve the amendment, which is the cut.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
No.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
No.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
No.
Dan Klein.
No.
Ann Corman.
No.
Mike Lane.
Yes?
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
No.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
It's 7-7, so the amendment fails. Rich, you've got number 38.
Thank you, Mike. This is an amendment, again, involving Cornell Cooperative Extension. The extension came in requesting an OTR of $65,000, and we just heard about the philanthropic development coordinator position.
I need a second, by the way. Randy?
Got your second? Sorry, I started talking too soon. For every dollar we put into Cornell Cooperative Extension, we get a multiplier effect. And while the $65,000 seemed a bit rich, given the budget year we're in, I thought there would be value in proposing to give them help with grant writing, where again, there will be a multiple effect of them going out and hopefully finding new sources of revenue outside of the county stream to help fund their operations. So that's the proposal.
Veronica? Then Randy?
I have a question. I don't know if this is for you or Cynthia, but with only half the money, I assume the full request would pay the salary of a staff person, so what would half the money do? Like, it would be like a half-time person? And does that seem like doable and helpful? Okay, she's saying yes for the audio record.
Randy?
Yes, this came from various board meetings and discussions and retreats and analysis of the finances, and less than 1% of all the income they have comes from other sources other than like state or federal grants. So they realized that the county can't pay for everything, and that they thought this was an opportunity for them to raise more money, especially for things like they know they need to do work to their building. By the way, their fund balances don't nowhere near the percentages of ours. And they know they need to do work to these buildings. They just did a physical assessment of the buildings. There's new roofs, there's all these kinds of things. And they may need to do a capital campaign or to raise funds. And I think this is part of this discussion on how they're going to get funds to do the rehab at the 4-H center or whatever, realizing they can't continue to come to the county for those funds.
Travis.
Thank you, Rich, for putting this in. I definitely would support it, and if you had put it in for more, I would have supported it at a higher rate. I know doing nonprofit work, finding grants is a big deal, and it's time-consuming. The reports are time-consuming. Being able to have somebody dedicate, their time to that is very important. So I definitely support it.
Anyone else? Let's vote.
Shauna Black?
No.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
No.
Susan Curry?
No.
Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
No.
Greg Mezzi?
No.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
That one fails with 6 ayes and 8 noes. Let's move to Shauna Black and the Human Services Coalition, number 12. Shauna?
Thank you. This is to provide funding for the data specialist. Initially, the request was for $60,000. However, the Human Services Coalition was able to find $20,000 in their budget to supplement this income. This is a really important position because the data specialist provides all of the information essentially for the organization. Using the data that they collect, they're able to use it to receive HUD funding as well as to support the 211 Center. And I think I saw Cindy Wilcox that's in the audience that can speak more to the
Can I get a second first? And then, Shauna, I just want to understand, this is a cut of 60,000, but you want to add back 40 in the next one?
Maybe she can move them both together?
Just don't move the other.
No.
Or just move the other one?
Go ahead, Shauna, what are you trying to do here?
Yeah, I had written the OTR to be, I think initially 60,000, and then Cindy said that they had 20,000. And so it should be asking for 40,000 that was not recommended in the county administrator's budget.
Sorry?
So 12A.
So it's not adding.
It's just the,
That's 12A.
oh, but that's
So it's a net 20.
modifying.
No, adding in $40,000.
That wasn't recommended by, okay.
So I'm just wondering if 12 shouldn't be just a reduction of 20,000.
I think this is my mistake, because I thought that it was already approved by the county administrator.
But it wasn't. So we
Yeah,
take
so-
12
so
out and just do 12A.
Just do 12A, ignore the other one.
Yeah, ignore number 12.
Okay, so Shauna, you'll withdraw 12 and just move 12A?
Sounds good, Mike. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second for 12A? Travis? Discussion? Randy?
Yes, what would this position actually do?
So this position does a lot. So it crosses multiple programs at the Human Services Coalition. The primary function of the data specialist is to maintain the 211 information referral database, which is a continuous process. We have about 2,200 records in the database. So it's always changing, contact information changes, et cetera, et cetera. So this position maintains that data, which is important for both the 211, having effective, accurate database is how we provide information to the 16,000 people who call 211 every year, or at least in 2023. They also provide data support for a lot of our surveys and evaluations. So like our wage and salary, or salary and benefit survey that we do for the not-for-profit sector every 2 years, they are the project manager on that entire project. That is a very popular, very valuable, very local salary and benefit survey, which actually our state senator is interested in duplicating it across the rest of the state. They manage that whole project. This position also supports the COC and our housing department in some of that data management. So it's the HMIS, which is the Homeless Management Information System. So they help with maintaining the performance metrics that we use to report to HUD that is tied to our funding for our HUD funding. It's about $1.2 million that we bring in every year from HUD. So they help kind of report on the performance measures of that for like the COC and for committees and for advocacy and education and things like that. And then multiple other things.
Thank you.
I have a second part of that question. So I actually think data is extremely important, and what you can get out of it is very important. But I asked a few months back if you could provide certain types of data, like can you just tell me all the youth program that's available in Tompkins County? And it wasn't something easily accessed. So I was told that, yeah, we can do that, but it's going to, how we can figure that out. So my question is, it's great that people can call, and find out things, but if there's 29 different youth programming options out there, how does that get transported to other organizations so they can share that information as well? And that was the purpose of my request.
Okay. So I think there are two parts to trying to explain that. So the 211 information referral, the 211 database is basically utilized for when people call 211. So if somebody calls and says, "Hi, I'm looking for youth services in Newfield," the 211 call center staff kind of helps them navigate that, right? So they, have that information, so they know who the contact person is, and they can give them email, and they can do all of those things. Usually it's not that cut and dry. Usually people don't really know exactly what they're looking for. That's why we help them navigate to that. So each record is, kind of part of the big database. We can run a report of youth services data that's currently in the database, and the data specialist could help do that. But really, the data specialist's kind of specialty and value is in making sure that data is accurate and, available to the public through the 211 information and referral process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Greg.
Yeah, in the OTR on section.
Sorry, Mike, was that a hand?
It is.
Sorry, Greg.
No, that's okay. In section 5, page 50, the original OTR that was submitted was for funding type as target. Is this intended for, is this multi-year, 3-year out of fund balance, or is there a desire for this to be in target? Or what's the intent of the mover and seconder?
Shauna, you moved it.
Is that a Shauna question?
I think the objective is for the position to remain. Is that what you're asking, Greg?
Yeah, I mean, I personally would like to see this in target because I think that this is a valuable position, but the way that it's listed on the amendment in our packet we received today is type multi-year for 3 years, but the request from the agency originally was for this to be included in target funding. I personally would like to see this in target.
It should have been target. Yeah, that's how it was brought forward.
So is that an amendment to the amendment?
You would have to be,
Could I make an amendment then?
yes?
I'd like to amend that this $40,000 request be considered in target funding and not as a multi-year OTR.
Is there a second? Seconded by Travis. Discussion on the,
Want to just check if it's friendly?
okay. Is that friendly to the mover and seconder, to Shauna and, I forgot who was it? And Travis. Okay, anybody it's not friendly to? Okay, so that's going to become the main motion. Now, next we have Mike Sigler.
Mine was just a question. Is this a new position? If it's a new position, who's doing this work now?
Point of order?
Point of order, Mike.
I'm sorry.
Deborah said it wasn't friendly to her, so we need to vote.
I did not hear that. I apologize. Not friendly, so the amendment to the amendment needs to be voted on. Wait a minute, I got hands up. Why?
Why?
We get to discuss the not friendly to everyone amendment before voting on it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, well,
You really need to, but go ahead.
I mean,
Well, I have a point of information. I just want to be clear, if we move it from multi-year to target, we're impacting levy.
That's exactly why it's not friendly.
Yeah.
The target means.
Veronica?
and I just wanted to say, to clarify for people, because it seems relevant, this is a existing position. It is currently full, has been for a few years, and it was funded through one-time funds for the past 3 years, so this would be its 4th year.
Randy?
So my question is just on the fund. So it was funded in the past at $60,000 a year. So we saying now it's going to be $40,000 for 3 years? So 120,000 over 3 years, or 180,000 over? Or is this 1 year that we're doing 40,000, and so what are we doing here? What's the vote?
Go ahead.
If, my understanding is if we continue with the model of a maintenance of effort budget, that this would be included in the target budget submitted, right? And it would not come back as an over target to be considered in the next budget cycle.
If it was voted to be carried under the levy, yes.
Yes, which is target funding, right?
That's correct.
Yes. So the motion that was made and seconded by me and seconded by Travis was that this 40,000 go into target funding. So this would be part of their maintenance of effort ongoing, and they wouldn't have to come back for over target requests for this 40,000 for this position. They would be part of the budget as presented, so it would be their basic subsistence budget.
So
Is that correct?
it's going to be a target increase of $40,000. Deborah?
What?
I thought you had your hand up.
No, I just said that the reason it was unfriendly was because it was going into target. It would be charged against the levy. That would make a difference to me.
Shauna?
So I think the only concern that I have about us having the conversation and putting it in target is that we're only putting $40,000 in target. Next year, HSC might not be able to front the $20,000 that's needed to make the whole position whole at $60,000. And then we're only funding 2/3 of the position. So it might make sense just to keep it perhaps one time this year, and then we reevaluate it next year, because they could need the full $60,000 next year.
Okay, that's a reverse of what you said a few minutes ago, right?
Yeah, I know, because I forgot about the fact that they're funding $20,000.
So we have an amendment to make it target, is amending the amendment. So I think we have to vote on that.
Yes.
And if that passes, that becomes the main motion. If it doesn't pass, then we go to the main motion, which is the one time.
Unless Shauna withdraws it.
Of course.
Mike, can we ask Cindy to kind of weigh in here?
I'm not sure exactly what I'm weighing in on.
Only, yeah, it's for clarification, but not to, not to make a speech, and I'm sure she won't, but,
So I'll just give you the bottom line financials. I think I would quite honestly prefer a one-time 40,000, well, I'd prefer the one-time 60,000, but I think I would prefer the one-time 40,000 this year, because although the county generously supports it at 60, or has in the past, that doesn't cover the full cost of the position at all. So, you know, in 2025, we'll still have to pay $35,000 towards this position. So we would be appreciative of additional funding after this year. So I wouldn't want to lock us in to a 3-year target funding at $40,000.
Greg, it's your choice here. What do you want to do?
Yeah, so I was just hoping that you'd have to come back next year and ask for a little less, right, rather than 60, right? You'd only be asking for 20. But hearing your response, I'll withdraw my amendment. I still think it's best to keep it in target for this position, but I will withdraw if we want to make it a 1-year, one-time over target.
That friendly to the seconder? Who was the seconder?
Travis, you seconded.
Yes, just friendly.
Is that okay with you, Travis?
Yes.
Hey, is that okay with everybody else?
Just have to
Where is it now? Can you
Doesn't have to be
explain?
friendly.
We're back to the main motion, which is the $40,000,
One time.
one time.
Well,
It says 3-year.
but it's a multi-year, so I'm going to offer an
3
amendment
years.
based on Cindy's recommendations, that we amend Shauna's original legislative amendment to make it a 1-year OTR.
I'll second that.
Is that friendly?
That's friendly. Thank you.
Okay, friendly, Travis?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so now it's a one-time 40,000 OTR. Ready to vote? Go ahead.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
And, okay, that passes with 14 ayes. Ann Corman, number 46.
Mike, can I make a different motion?
Different motion about what?
I'd like to move that we adjourn to Monday on the grounds that we're loopy.
All right, I was going to, after we did this one, I was going to take a time check and see what folks wanted to do. It's now 20 minutes of 8. We've been going since 4:30. We spent the first hour, of course, talking about the fund balance situation. We have someone from the Human Services Coalition here right now, and we have some people from I believe the agencies and human rights here right now. If we don't go through those, then we're going to have to ask them to come back. So I have a motion from Veronica to adjourn. I don't know that that's debatable, is it?
It hasn't been seconded.
Okay, is there a second? Well, Randy seconds it. Is that debatable?
I remember either of them.
Imagine, why would it not be debatable?
Certain motions aren't debatable.
Not debatable.
Okay, then let's just move to a vote on whether to adjourn. And I think we're actually recessing, aren't we? Rather than adjourning?
I just heard an "oh, wait" from,
Yeah,
It's a recess because the meeting continues.
Right.
right, that can be debated.
Sorry?
That can be debated.
A recess
It can be debated. Well, is there any discussion on whether to adjourn or not?
vegetarian is not.
Yeah, I think when we talk about kicking the can, this is a perfect example of it. Because it's, at some point, we're going to have to debate these. I think we have folks who've spent quite a bit of time from the Human Service Coalition here.
And Dr. Clark.
And we have the Office of Human Rights represented here as well. I would propose that maybe finance, because Lori and Drew are going to have to be here again, that maybe we move on from there, but I don't see any reason to stop while we have agencies in-house.
Anyone else? All right, on the motion to recess until tomorrow, right?
Monday.
Monday, that's right, not Friday. Let's call the roll.
Shauna Black,
No?
Travis Brooks,
No.
Randy Brown,
No.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Susan Curry,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Rich John,
No.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
No.
Mike Lane,
No?
Greg Mezzi,
No.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
No.
Mike Sigler,
No.
That's 13 noes and 1 aye. We will continue. Next, we go to Ann Corman, number 46, Human Services Coalition, Food Bank of the Southern Tier.
Thanks, Mike. I'd like to move amendment number 46, and this is through the Human Services Coalition.
Is there a second? Seconded by Travis Brooks.
This is for the Food Bank of the Southern Tier, their program for the schools center food. And this is a request for one-time OTR, and this is, and when I say one time, this is literally just once they need this money to get the program started. This is seed money. And this is to establish lines of credit for 5 school food centers in Tompkins County, and we heard about this, I believe, at their presentation there. So these are similar to food banks, but they're in the schools. And what they learned is that kids can, similar to the backpack program, it's kind of an extension to the backpack program where kids can bring some food home for the weekends, but this is more regular food versus kind of kid-centered food. So this is food their families can bring home and use it to make meals. So, and this is the 5 schools, so they're provided with no-cost grocery items. And the 5 school centers that are either currently operating, well, there's 3 that are currently operating. Let me see, if Dryden School, Ithaca High School, and Enfield Elementary School. And in development are 2 more, Boynton Middle School and TST BOCES, and by early 2025, all will be operating. And it's $10,000 for each of these centers so that they can get credit, a line of credit at the food bank of the Southern Tier.
Deborah.
I just have a question, Annie, and maybe Cindy's the right person to answer this. So I understand they're going to establish a $10,000 line of credit for each school center. How are they going to replenish that as time, what's the plan to replenish that as time goes on? And they use that funding up?
That is a very good question, and I'm going to let Sarah from the food bank, who's on Zoom.
Yes, we have a hand from Sarah DeFrank. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. That's a great question. So right now, we currently fund our school food centers with a line of credit to start their organization, or rather their program. We do emergency cold storage that is including refrigeration and freezers if they have the space and the capacity to distribute that type of food, as well as shelving. And then we allot each school food center a certain amount of money, much like our pantries every year. We get funding for that and we allocate it in such a way. So as we move out of the establishing of the food pantry, we're going to look at the number of individuals served. And what I can share with you is In 2023, we served 4,000 children through our 3 school food centers that are currently established. And that also means, if we look at the whole family, that's 7,500 individuals. That is a duplicated number, but what we have seen is that only 23% of people receiving food from school food centers had gone to the kind of conventional pantries that we see out in the community. So what that tells us is we're reaching underserved populations that we haven't seen before. So that said, we're working toward fundraising, and we've also talked to a few school food centers who've been doing it a bit longer, both in Broome, Schuyler, and Steuben counties, and they've been asking for line item budgets from the school district. So there's a lot of funding that we can work toward, and we feel confident in supporting this, but the kind of initial piece that we need that support, I think is well-deserved.
So you anticipate getting the funding from the school districts, not from the county?
Not necessarily. It's an option that we're looking, to explore with all of our school food centers. We realize that some school districts don't have that type of funding capacity, but where it is an option, we're definitely going to explore it.
But Annie said that this was seed money one time only.
Sure, and thank you.
Travis?
20 years ago, we started feeding the young people in our after-school program because kids were only eating at school. We have a lot of kids with free and reduced lunches. And now we serve over 25,000 meals a year in our after-school program in our summertime between breakfast, lunch, snack, and dinner. We've participated with the food bank to do the backpacks so they could take them to the schools. I would say half of our food, maybe 3/4 of it, comes from the food bank, which enables us to be able to provide this service for our families. Almost anything that they can do to put food in more of our families' bellies in this community, I'll support, especially a one-time request to get this thing started. A lot of families can't get to the food banks, not the food banks, but the pantries. And it is something that I think is extremely vital in our community to feed families and young people. So I definitely will support this, and thank you for the work that you all do. Sarah?
Mike?
Appreciate it.
I had 2 questions. I mean, on my chart here, it has it under target. Is it not? That is not the case? It is one-time money?
That was the ask, yes.
It's not.
I think you're looking at the Community Food, the Community Food Coalition pantry support, which is different than the Food Bank of the Southern Tier.
Number 46.
46, yeah.
Okay. So that actually is my other question then. The Food Bank of the Southern Tier, they provide food to a lot of different food banks. Who does this serve? Is it just the city? Is it the outer towns?
So for number 46, what we're discussing is the support of food bank programs that serves the county of Tompkins.
Okay.
So what we're discussing here specifically is school food centers. We currently have 3. So in Tompkins County, all of our school food centers, except for one, is a closed setting. So it serves all of the students and their families who need food within the school district, except for, I believe, Enfield Elementary is open to the public occasionally because there's some considerations around student safety. Enfield's school food center has a door that opens from the outside, so it kind of mitigates any concern around safety.
Ann?
Yeah, I just want to add in here that growing up, we at times had food insecurity, my family, and my mother, it was very difficult for her to go to a grocery store and be using the food stamps that they had. I don't know if people remember those. Didn't look like cash, wasn't a card. It was obviously food stamps. She had a real hard time with that. Not saying that there's anything wrong. We need to take advantage of it. I'm just relating my experience. And I don't recall there being food pantries, but somewhere we got the government cheese, those type of things, and then I think powdered milk and things like that. If I could have brought home real food, I would have done it. If I could have done that on a regular basis, I would have done it. We had 7 kids. We would have done that and brought food home to our mom and been real happy to do it.
Donna?
Can you tell us what schools are going to be part of your plan?
Yeah, so in the expansion, we'll be working with Ithaca High School to create a satellite site at Boynton, which is a junior high school, middle school. That's underway. I think they're just finishing up some construction, and we're working on getting the storage that's both cold and shelving for them set up, and have a great partnership with the coordinator there at the high school. So, and then the other that we have slated is TST BOCES. They have an existing pantry that doesn't currently partner with the Food Bank of the Southern Tier, and because this is an initiative in our whole entire service area, and because the nature of TST BOCES is serving so many students throughout the county, it just seems like a really good fit and like the exact right place for the next school food center in Tompkins County to be located. So that's kind of a long-winded answer, but those two.
And there was Enfield as well, so that was 4. Were there 5?
Oh yeah, so our current pantries are at Ithaca High School, Enfield Elementary School, and Dryden High School. And if you haven't been to any of them, you should really go to all of them. They're incredible.
Thank you.
Randy?
Yes, I'll support this. We had a presentation from the person running the Ithaca High School one, and it's an all-volunteer system. And the number of kids getting involved and helping in those environments was really growing, and the volume of food is grown exponentially as well. It's really been a program where they just need a little more support, and I think this is important.
Dan?
Yes, I will support this, but I think there was an earlier question that I would like to re-ask. I think the question was, in future years, where might the funding come from? And I think maybe we were looking for a little more of a commitment that your organization will pursue that a little more aggressively to get some outside funding and not just assume that we'll get it from the county next year. Thanks.
Not answering that in depth enough, but we feel strongly that the school food center model is kind of one of the pillars of the future of food banking. We call it food banking 2.0. You know, as I mentioned before, it addresses the whole family's need. It increases the culture of food access in schools, which I think is very, very important. I myself had food insecurity as a young person, and can relate to Anne's, comment. So the organization is committed to funding school food centers in the future and appreciates this one-time funding if you so choose to do it.
Deborah?
Yeah. I'm not going to vote against feeding hungry kids and their families, but I will say that an assurance that you're committed to finding funding is really not a commitment that we can hold you to. So I just want to be sure that my colleagues understand that we're funding this. Maybe it's one time, maybe we're going to own it for a lot longer.
Anyone else?
Is that something I should respond to, or?
No.
No. I don't think you need to unless,
No, we've asked twice.
okay, are we ready to vote? Call the roll.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
That's unanimous. All right, next we go to Veronica, number 35. This is the Sunflower House, OAR.
Yeah, so this is an existing OTR we already heard about for the Sunflower Houses program that the county has funded for the last 3, or the county has given funding to for the last 3 years. They've got funding from other sources.
Can I get a second?
Oh, right.
Seconded by Ann. I think she was next.
Yeah, okay, sorry about that. And this is it's 2 buildings in the city that that can house up to 12 people. And the people they take in are folks who are returning from incarceration and who are otherwise, or I don't know if they have to be, but they end up all being otherwise unstably housed, but like ready to accept support to get back on track. And it's going well. We've heard about that. I know the $77,680 request is not the full cost of running it, but they also have opioid settlement funding now, and that will continue at least into 2025. And this is a one-time request for like 1 additional year as they continue to find other sources of funding and partnerships. I want to also add that, well, I guess 2 things. One, I said, I've got some information from some interviews with 12 current and former residents, so not necessarily people who are all staying there at the same time. Of those particular 12, so 1 cohort's worth, all were homeless and or were facing homelessness upon release from jail or prison prior to joining the program. All noted that the Sunflower houses were better than being unhoused or staying at the homeless shelter. And I won't read all these quotes, but they're all talking about it's positive to have their own space. It's way better than the shelter if you're serious about not wanting to be homeless. You get privacy, respectability, security, humanity. And so I think it would be good for us to have this program continue and not see a lapse. And something that I would expect based on this information is if the Sunflower House is closed, then we're just going to see these same folks in our shelter or on the street and really struggling and being less healthy instead of, some of them are thriving and many are employed, which I think is what we want.
Travis.
So I'm going to attempt to share some concerns, some support, and an alternative all at one time. So please allow me a few seconds here.
You want to get out in the middle here?
No, I don't want to get out in the middle. I do think the Sunflower House needs to be supported. They do a lot of good work. Veronica ran down some statistics. We heard some information the other day. We've gotten the emails. It's 12 people, opportunities to have all the things that Veronica said. The problem is it's not a sustainable model. And for 3 years, we've had to give this money, and we're going to have to continue to give some money in order to sustain the Sunflower House, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. We already give $494,000 to OAR. The staffing cost for the Sunflower House is around $77,000. To maintain the rent and all the things that are associated with it, it's about $83,000. I don't know if that budget for staffing is completely separate from the budget for staffing that we already give OAR. So that's one of my concerns. I do think that we should look at funding the rent side of things, which is $57,000 roughly, minus what they expect folks who stay there, which is about $7,400, and what they get from DSS. That brings us down to about $45,000. And I do think we should be prepared to fund this for another 3 years while they figure out a different model or a different partnership, because we're going to be right back here every year. I do think they need to know that the county supports them, that we're behind this, and that we're going to give them a few more years to figure it out. So I would like to make an amendment that we go from $77,000 to $45,000, and we do it over 3 years, so that they know there's some sustainability. The people who know, that live there know, we don't have to do this routine every year, and that we are funding the rent side and not more staffing to OAR.
Proposed amendment, is that friendly to the mover and seconder?
Sure.
Who seconded, Ann? Is that friendly?
Yes.
Is it unfriendly to anyone? Okay. So that becomes the main motion. Is there other discussion? So we're going, as Travis just told us. Oh, I'm sorry, Shauna's has a hand. Go ahead, Shauna.
Yeah, so I am just wondering, I'm looking at the budget. I asked Dave Sanders earlier today to provide a budget, and he did. And I wanted to, I did end up forwarding that to legislators. I think it was just a few hours ago, so many of you probably haven't been able to take a look at it. I wanted to ask Dave about the opioid settlement money that I believe came his way, and then about our conversation 2 years ago when we had talked about this not being a county service and or something that the county provides, and asked him at that point to please look elsewhere for funding and see, I guess, what the progress on that has been.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the.
Go ahead, Dave.
May I go?
Yes, please.
Okay. The ask was a year ago, I think around December, when I think it was Dan who had mentioned to be self-sustained within 3 years. Year one, we received only $27,000 to start this program. The program did cost about $150,000 the first year. Most of that came from OAR reserves, which made us quite vulnerable. The second year, we received about $45,000 from the state through OTDOT. So that was our first level. Then the year three, we received money from the opiate settlement. To be honest, if we didn't get the opiate settlement, we might have not have continued the program year three. That's how tough it was. You have to provide the wraparound services to make sure you get the outcomes that you want. We've looked at HUD funding, but the configuration of the current location is not comparable to HUD because we have shared quarters. So you have 3 individuals with 2 baths and 1 kitchen. And so there's certain rules that we've looked on multiple grants. That is 1 person, 1 bath, 1 kitchen. And so there's been a lot of HUD grants that we thought might be a benefit to us, but we just couldn't, not in the current location. So that's one of the options. We are going to move forward. We're going to find out where the money is, and if it is a different location, we'll go in that direction. That's what we have to do. The housing component, the program, we're much better than we were 3 years ago, but we might have to look at a different location if we can't find sustainable monies. I've also talked to Reach Medical about collaborating and what kind of resources that they have. The issue then is, will that sustain our current population, or is that a different Reach population? And it looks as if it may not be our current population, so although we've explored it, it's not something that we're looking at right now that could be implemented relatively soon. It would be a different model with a different population, but we're exploring that as well. So, yeah, Shauna, we look at every possible source. Seeing $77,000 up there when you're hurting for money, I understand, but we also know that it is a tremendous amount of cost. If we had more reserves, we could ask for less, but as I said, that was taken the first year. We just started building up again, so it is cost. But with Travis's amendment of 45, we'll make it work.
Okay. Other questions? So what we're voting on is to change the proposal from $77,000 to $680. I'm sorry, $77,680 to $45,000. And instead of it being a 1 year, it's going to be a 3 year. Is everyone understanding what we're doing here? Mm-hmm. Okay, are we all ready to vote? Go ahead.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ian Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shertliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
14 ayes, that's unanimous. Veronica, you have number 33, Law New York Reentry Project, 25,000 one time.
Yes, I'd like to move that.
Is there a second? Seconded by Susan.
So this is, I guess, also an OTR we already heard about. I think it might have been, I don't have that in front of me, but HSC's top priority one for the agencies. And the project is basically helping people who've been in prison get from there to being employed, and there's just a ton of barriers around that, whether there should be or not. And it's also I think it's aligned with a bunch of our strategic plan objectives, and it's also not duplicative. Like nobody else, I think there's services like this in New York City in that area, but nobody else in our area is providing this like particular, like direct to the individual legal services on reentry issues. And it's helpful. It helps people get employed, which I think is what we want, both just for our people and for the finances of our county. They've also said that like this project is currently existing, and they've said that they expect a surge of clients in 2025 because of the New York State Clean Slate Act that goes into effect next month. And so they anticipate a bunch of people with questions about that and how they, like, new ways to deal with their criminal record. So I would like to see it continue to exist with our funding. Thanks.
Just let me make sure I understand. This is 25,000 one time?
Yes.
Travis?
Oh, seconding.
I think we already had a second, didn't we?
Oh, my bad.
You want to speak to it?
Sure. I've watched a lot of lives get changed by the criminal justice system, and I've seen some be helped put back together through Law New York. So I definitely support this.
Any other comments? Ready to vote?
Mike, I have a question.
Okay, I'm sorry, Shauna. Thanks for singing out. Sometimes we miss your hand there.
No problem. Keith, can you tell us again how many people have gone through your program over the past year?
Yes, in 2023, we served 37 people in Tompkins County. I expect as Veronica said, I expect a big surge next year with Clean Slate, and we also have other resources that have come to us recently that we're going to be able to help expand the program a little bit, and we're very excited about that too. The Ithaca Area Economic Development folks gave us some funding to help some of the folks going through their program, which will give us a direct line to some of those clients, as well as the outreach we do with the community already.
Thank you.
Are we ready to vote? Oh, go ahead, Veronica.
I think I can see my colleagues calculating the amount of money per person this is. And I want to remind folks that people who are stably employed this isn't my main motivation, but have the ability to pay rent that goes into property taxes that we get, and to buy things which give sales taxes that we get. So it is, even from a purely financial perspective, it's a good investment.
Okay, on the amendment of $25,000 one time, are we ready to vote? Go ahead.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ian Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
No?
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
No.
We have 10 ayes and 4 noes. That's approved. Shauna, we go back to you for, I'm sorry, Veronica, we're still with you for the Community Food Coalition pantry support, 25,000 target increase.
Yeah, I'd like to move that if there's a second.
Second, please. Seconded by Randy.
So this is, I guess, similar but different from the other food one we did. I think we already provide target funding to the Community Food Coalition to maintain inventory for Tompkins County food pantries and food distribution sites. And I guess the point now is that the funding we provide already in Target is no longer adequate with increased demand and also increased price of food. So if we keep funding them at the same level, they will be able to get less food with that amount of money. So they're requesting a 25,000 increase in Target to be able to stretch. These are places that have existing lines of credit, like we were talking about with the schools, but they're requesting $25,000 more to add to what supplements those lines of credit. And I think that nobody should be hungry and we should all have food. So I think we should fund this.
Randy.
There's been some changing in this this group, and they've started to collaborate a lot more. And I think there's 20 or 25 locations now, and they're tracking data, which is really important. The data is showing a huge increase in demand and people coming. I believe it was over 20% last year, and we all know the cost of food is gone up about the same. And so it's not a lot of money per location, but it's distributed evenly, and I support this.
Deborah?
So I have a question. I understand food prices are very high right now. I'm wondering, though, if at some point in the future, they'll get back down to something that looks more normal, what we're used to. In which case, should this be in Target or should it be in one time, or maybe for 3 years?
Is that an amendment you're moving?
I just wonder if people have thoughts on that. I guess I would move that as an amendment. Move it into a 3-year OTR.
Is that friendly?
No.
Okay, then we need a second. Seconded by Greg to make it one time. Are you making it one time or?
3-year, one time.
One time, 3-year.
Yeah.
Okay. Discussion on that amendment. Let's vote.
So Shauna has her hand up.
No?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I also wonder.
We'll delay the vote. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is a question on the amendment. Can you tell us, are people that are receiving these services or getting the food, are you seeing a decrease in that number after COVID?
Oh, I think, my guess is that we're seeing an increase overall.
The information in the original request says that, quote, according to the Food Bank of the Southern Tier, overall demand at pantries, meal sites, and food distributions was up 24% in the first quarter of 2024 compared to the same period in 2023, and up 133% compared to 2019. So no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Veronica, did you have something else?
Yeah, this wouldn't be a new line of target funding. It's increasing the amount by $25,000, if I'm understanding correctly. And even if food prices go down, I mean, I don't know how much that happens, but I wouldn't take money back from the food banks as the first thing, because I don't know. I get we want to spend money, but there's so many other bigger budget lines that aren't feeding our constituents who don't otherwise have enough to eat. And I would just love to see this, like, shoestring budget, volunteer heavy organization just get the money that they asked for, and then we don't have to discuss it again necessarily until the next time there's a crisis and/or a bunch of inflation on food costs.
Lee?
Just a question, isn't this a relatively new priority for the Human Services Coalition? Did we have a discussion on it 2 years ago with the food pantries? And I know at the time there was an effort to move money toward one in particular, and we were looking for a more comprehensive approach to the food pantries in the county. Is that history correct?
Sarah's on the Zoom call as well, Sarah Paradiso, who's the chair of the Community Food Coalition, but it's not a new request. And I believe that Sarah can speak to the capacity that she's building across the pantries, but it is not new.
Does she want to speak, Sarah?
Sarah's here virtually.
Yeah, I can answer that. Is my connection stable enough?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just gonna turn my camera off for the sake of.
That's all right.
So I've been the co-chair of this coalition since 2020, and we have kind of dedicated our energy towards being more of a coalition. Traditionally, pantries in other counties kind of come at this budget process and finding their funding individually. And we, as the 26, almost soon to be 27 partners of this coalition, we come together and find our funding together and make sure that we are doing this in a way that allows us to kind of build equity in the system and also kind of work together and make sure that, you know, if there's a community that is particularly struggling, we're able to kind of support them in different ways. We're collecting data across the board. We are working very, very diligently to make sure we maintain best practices, food safety, also some trauma-informed kind of best practices that are becoming quote unquote industry standard. Ultimately, we're working really hard to make sure that this primarily volunteer-run vital part of our food system has funding to not struggle going forward. And this is the most reliable and I think most equitable way for us to access funding through the county and as a coalition. Does that help?
Thank you. Rich John.
I would support Deborah's amendment if we could get the money to the organization, but not, I'm watching our levy.
Greg?
Yeah, I would echo Rich's comments that moving it to a 3-year OTR impacts that number on this side of the screen that we're looking at, that 676,000, not the 54 million number. So that's why I support Deborah's amendment.
Anyone else? Veronica?
If we kept it in target, it would add 67 cents or so to the tax bill for a owner of a median price home. I've got my math working now.
Deborah?
Yeah, I would just commend my colleagues' attention to the bottom line figure of 1.3 million and change of target increases that are the aggregate of all of the legislative amendments that have been proposed. I think that we're going to have to make some hard choices in the evenings that follow. And, you know, 25,000 here, 25,000 there, sooner or later, you're talking about real money. Nobody's saying we're not going to give this organization the money that it needs. We're just talking about where it's going to come from. A lot can change in 3 years.
Okay, are we ready to vote? All right, we're voting on the main motion is to have $25,000.
Still on the amendment.
The amendment is whether it's going to be target or 3-year OTR.
Okay, I jumped over, excuse me. All right, so we're voting on whether to accept the amendment. That's right, it was, Veronica did not accept it. That would make it 25,000 for 3 years, one time. Go ahead and vote.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
No.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
13 ayes, 1 no, so that is now the main motion. Are ready to go and vote on it? All right, now we vote on the main motion, which is the same, 25,000, 3-year.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
14 ayes, that passes. We go next to Shauna Black, number 11, Human Rights, Education and Promotion, a reduction of 14,324.
Thank you very much. This one should be pretty easy. I would like to make an amendment to bring that forward.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Deborah Dawson. Go ahead, Shauna.
Yeah, after speaking with Lisa and Lisa having a conversation with Dr. Clark, it appears that the office is able to absorb this amount of funding within their budget. So I will continue to take the amendment and hope that my colleagues keep that under consideration.
Discussion? Well, I guess not. Ready to vote? Go ahead.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
14 ayes, that passes. Now, Greg suggested that we push over the last two for finance until our next meeting. What's the pleasure of the group?
I agree.
Or we could just pass them now.
Is that all right with you, Lori?
Can I ask what was the reason for that?
Because the hour is getting late.
Oh.
It's about 8:30. We've
I
been
concur.
going
I'm
since
tired as well,
4:30.
Brad. Go with it.
Greg?
There was conversation at the beginning of the meeting about potentially looking at the capital program and the shelter 27.
Right.
That was discussed but never addressed, so I just,
Can we do that first thing next? Or do you need it tonight?
It's budget neutral at the end of the day.
that's
Let's do it now.
correct.
All right, why don't you go ahead and what are we moving? What are you moving?
3 more days.
It's number 29.
29 or 7?
27.
27.
I was just fed the wrong number. 27.
There are two of them.
There is 2 of them.
Is the staffing.
29 is staffing.
27 is the shelter.
All right, Greg, you want to move
Yes,
27?
Yes, I would like to move 27, that this would increase our, I want to make sure I get this right because it's a negative. So we're going to increase our vacancy factor by 500,000. And then the other piece of this would be to offset the financing cost should we need to bond for the shelter.
That would be the second. Are we doing them together?
I think we can, can't we?
Pardon?
That's 27 altogether.
Can do
Yeah, that would be my thought, is to do it all together. And I would look to Norma, who helped me work through the logic of this, to maybe bring clarity if I wasn't clear.
I need a second. Seconded by Travis. Further discussion. Randy?
I'm unclear, so increase the, the rate of our employment rate, or?
Yeah, so currently we've budgeted a vacancy factor of 5%. 5%, which is equal to,
About 1.9 million
yeah,
presently, but we believe that within, we've been looking at the fringe, and we believe that we can reduce it further based on our fringe. So we can increase our vacancy factor by another 500,000 to cover the cost of this.
And that makes it like 5.3% or something, or?
I didn't calculate exactly what that percentage is, but yeah, but it's,
not a whole percent increase. It's
No,
it's
no.
less than a percent increase.
we're close.
And right now, we're running at a, what percentage vacancy factor?
Oh, it's 5, right?
No, that's what's budgeted, but what are we currently operating at?
Oh, yeah, 8. Well, as of the last time I checked, it was about 10, yeah.
Yeah, so we were nowhere near the current vacancy factor in the budget.
And the admin's okay with this? You're comfortable with it?
We are, yes.
Other discussion? Dan?
I'm sorry, I just need a little more explanation. So I understand we're raising our vacancy rate, that gives us $500,000 more. And this OTR, or this amendment, would apply it immediately to, can you explain what it's applying it to a little more?
The idea, well, so there's some unknown variables about building, if this is okay.
Please, yeah, please, thank you.
There's some unknown variables about the funding to build a new shelter, and we wanted to make sure that this was built into the budget. This is assuming that we will have the full freight of the cost of that build. Now, if that turns out that we don't need to, that we will receive additional funding to support the construction costs, then this could possibly be reduced. But it's right now, and Lisa can correct me if I'm wrong, but right now we just don't have that information about whether we're going to be able to have any additional state funding to support.
Where would this $500,000 sit then?
It would be in the capital. It would be, we have a capital plan right now set for capital shelter, so that would be in that fund.
To increase that by 500,000.
Right.
And if okay.
So that's built in to pay the debt service, assuming that we would need to pay the full freight of the debt service.
And if that does not happen, if we get some great state aid and this $500,000 we just freed up is not needed for the shelter, then what happens to it?
Well, at that point, I think what would happen, we would get the notification of the grant award, bring it to the legislature, and we would have the discussion at that point where we could apply that savings elsewhere.
Well, or
could go to the cap.
Or at
elsewhere in
worst case, we will have to pay something. Whether it's, we're going to have to pay something to build this, even if we get a grant. So at worst case scenario, it'll sit in that and pay that debt as we go. But it would, at least we'd be acknowledging the fact that we need to build a shelter.
Okay, it'll go into the capital program, and if unused, it would just get used eventually. If it gets unneeded for this particular project at that moment, next year,
It would stay within the it would stay within that capital project. It will be in the H fund. And if we were to move that, and I'm looking over, I don't know whether Lori would want to chime in or not, but if we had to move that out of that fund, it would require a resolution.
so I don't mean this to sound as inflammatory as it's going to sound, but why don't we just put it in the fund balance? So we can use it for whatever we need. So, like this would be the purpose of it, but why move it through several steps if we don't have to?
Wouldn't that just be putting moving money from target into fund balance when what many of you want to do is to offset target with fund balance?
My objection is whenever we set limits on money, I think we're making a mistake, and I don't think we should set a limit on this. The fund balance is the most fungible, to use Deborah's word, thing we have.
Lisa or Lori? Sorry, Mike.
So what it would do is preserve the intent of this funding. If it is in fund balance, it can be used for other things, and then when you go to do your shelter and the intent was for it to be there, it may not be.
We have $61 million in the fund balance. It's not all going to go away, and suddenly we don't have $500,000 for the shelter, so it's not going to go away, right?
We hear you, Dan, what you're saying.
Yep.
Okay.
I would also just suggest that this is an ongoing, this is projected to be an ongoing source of funding, which we would need if we need to pay for this, pay for the debt service for the shelter.
Randy, then Greg?
Didn't we already put $1 million aside for this? So it should take it to $1.5 million, right? And we know, we're thinking that our share is someplace around $2 million. We know we're going to build this thing, right? It's not like we're not going to build it. So.
Hasn't been voted on.
Okay, so there.
So if we don't get the HHAP funding, right, we would, and we, again, built it full out, the estimated annual debt service payments would be $630,000 to pay for that. If we just do the 2 million, and we bond for that rather than paying cash, that would be $250,000 per year. So we could either use this, if my understanding is the $1 million that's already been set aside, plus this $500,000 to pay for capital or to cover the debt service of the bonding.
Yeah, we could end up paying cash for it. And just to be clear, these are all estimates.
Yeah.
This is all very, very estimate.
It's just trying to bump what we have set aside for the shelter up a little bit in a way that doesn't impact the tax levy.
Okay, do we know what we're voting on? We're voting on the two items 27, which are neutral, one up and one down for $500,000, but it's for the shelter program. We vote, go ahead.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
No.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
That's 13 ayes, 1 no, it carries. What else? All right, I'm going to recess the meeting until Monday.
Thank you, Mike.